All right, we're live. I'm on AKS2. I'm Bug, Sewage, and Pods in fucking MegaCities on part 2. I'm AKS1. I'm taking a little break, because we got some fucking trolls out there, hitting up the channel, you know, so, you know, so, so I'll play a video, that I found, pretty good, video. I'm not supposed to have some people, on the panel. I'm gonna repost this into my Discord group while this video, plays. Okay, we share that.
This is the foundation of the modern world. This set up, among other things, our trade deficit. This was designed. We did this to ourselves on purpose. How were we able to enforce it? Well, pretty straightforward. See, the one on the left, that's a super carrier. The one on the right is a traditional jump carrier. There are about 10 jump carriers in the world. None of them are American. There are 10 super carriers in the world. They're all American, and each one has 5 to 7 times the firepower of the little guys. If you were to sail the entire combined blue water fleet of the world against the United States, 2 of these could end it in about 6 hours. The United States has more projection tonnage than the rest of the world combined by a factor of 3. This is how we forced a new economic system on the world. We did it to fight the Cold War. We used our economy to underwrite everybody else into an alliance that we basically bribed. And it worked fantastically. We have to understand where the Russians are coming from before you can say, oh, they're just crazy. What are they doing? Why are they so aggressive? Okay, first things first. The birth rate collapsed at the end of the Soviet period. There are now more 50-somethings than there are teenagers, and most of the teenagers have tuberculosis. So the Russian capacity to maintain a consumer-based system is already gone, and their capacity to maintain the Red Army in just 5 years is not even questionable anymore. They know they will have less than half the number of soldiers that they have right now. So if the Russians are going to move militarily on anything ever, they have to do it now. Number 2 is actually worse. The Russian educational system, after you finish with college, you then go into an apprenticeship program for several years where you train with a skilled engineer. That system collapsed back in 1988. It was never reconstituted. They've never had the money. Which means that the youngest cadre of people with the full suite of technical training are now in their 50s. The average age of Russian male mortality is 59. Russia is going from the country with the highest skilled labor cost to becoming a country with no skilled labor pool. The missile forces, the rail network, the Red Army, the natural gas system, the oil system, all of them are going to break down in the next 10 years. So again, if they're going to move, they have to move now.
Ladies and gentlemen, wow, nice intro. You know, sometimes I don't know where to begin. We're going to talk about a lot of things. We're going to be talking about basically Russia fighting for its life. What does it all mean? What's going to happen? Will it end in a tactical nuke? I'll bet money it ends in a tactical nuke. It'll get COVID and vax out of the news, save Putin's butt to some degree, make sure the US can get 2 bases in Ukraine, really mess up the news cycle so we don't get any truth out whatsoever, and a whole host of tactical nuke benefits. Look, 3 to 7 kilotons air burst in the grand scheme of things, unless you're under it, who cares? Big deal in the grand scheme of things. Again, as long as you're not under it. We're of course going to talk about the World Economic Forum and just, I don't know what to say. Sometimes I just watch and I go, oh my dear God, please. spare me this. We'll talk about the WEF idiots and what's going on. We will talk about the overall world economic stimulus system based on taxpayers funding high technology, military technology systems, handouts and subsidies to giant transnational corporations owned by a private banking cartel. We'll also go into things such as Putin is a product of Yuri Primakov, so you understand Putin and the grand chessboard. Oh, look, by the way, if you don't know who I am, my name's Brendan Lee O'Connell. I'm obviously an Australian. I'm on the run. I have 3 warrants for my arrest. I have an ongoing UN refugee application, which I will finalise very soon, which will change my legal status. And you'll go, Brendan O'Connell, how the hell haven't I heard of you before? You know, I do stuff like this back in my home country, way back in 2009.
Tim, you said to me over there that, Brendan, when this court case is over, it won't be over. What did you mean by that?
I'm going to engage with you.
Tim, what did you mean by, when you sat over there and said to me, Brendan, when this court case is over, it won't be over?
Listen to what I'm about to tell you. You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so.
Oh, I love to speak.
But whatever you do say...
Will I get a copy of this? Will I get a copy of this one? Will I get a copy of this one?
It's important to listen to what I'm saying, all right?
I'm being intimidated yet again.
You're not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so. But whatever you do say will be recorded on video and maybe used in evidence.
I don't understand what that means.
All right. Which part of it don't you understand? Do you want me to explain it to you again? It means you don't have to answer my questions unless you wish to do so. Okay, you understand what that means? All right. When we first walked in here...
I'm still thinking whether... I'm not sure. I have to think about it. This is about SAS Campbell Barracks, Leon Wind, Variant. Timothy, you told me that Variant does your local and national, your local police intercepts, an Israeli intelligence front.
Pop you in the
Yeah, I know you are, Tim. You, Tim. I'll tell you.
Yeah,
I rang you this morning, Timothy Powney, I rang you this morning to ask you why stuff was missing off my hard drive. Now you turn up on a raid, Tim. Why is that? Why was my hard drive deleted? My hard drive was hacked.
I've been getting paid $1,000 a month, if not more, just from this app on my phone. And I don't know if you can see this, but it's called Audible. Okay, so I'm going to show you right here.
That's correct. That's what's in there.
And that's something that you put on.
Absolutely. And let's get in court, please.
Okay.
Let's get all this up in court.
Now, another comment, you are a racist, homicidal maniac.
That's cool. Thank you. You are racist, homicidal maniacs. You are racist. I'm incredibly offended.
You're racist, homicidal maniacs taking my photo without permission. You didn't engage us. You didn't come shake our hand.
How dare you take...
You are a racist Jew. Tell us about Hannah Kasher and how the Israeli academic who says that women and children are fair game in the fight against the Palestinians.
Again, focusing on
a generic term, he represents his views. He defends staunchly the right of a group of people calling themselves generically Jews to go into the ancestral homeland of the Palestinians, ethnically cleanse them, murder them. This is a matter of simple history. He represents that ideology like a Nazi. If I found a Nazi, I don't care if he'd been on the Eastern Front and killed Russians or Jews, if I would say you represent or you kill little Jews or little Russians in Russia, we would have no problem with that. But with the Judaics, we can't mention. He represents an ideology of hatred, racism.
All right, so
if you choose to answer a question, where can the video be played?
In court.
Correct.
Or on the internet.
Okay. Well, I'll talk to you about that a bit later. Okay, because actually you can't actually pay.
Oh, well, since when's that stopped me?
Anything valuable to you that you wish us to secure?
Well, just all my laptops, communications, hard drives, stuff in that bag.
Okay.
I'm sure we'd be poking through it.
I'm talking about jewellery items and things like that.
No, these are my weapons of choice.
Okay. What we're going to do now then?
Just this. So the one thing I want to have here is this card.
So it's just a card for Press TV, which is Iran's English-speaking news network.
Yeah, it's regarding the last time my stuff was taken by Detective Sergeant Mark Rubich of WA Technology Crime. Material was deleted off my main hard drive and my backup hard drives. Nothing to do with the case, it was to do with the Esperance bird die-off in particular. He also deleted all of the unedited footage of the confrontation at the IGA. When I made a complaint about this, the house was then raided again 5 hours later. I rang you this morning, Timothy Powney, I rang you this morning to ask you why stuff was missing off my hard drive. Now you turn up on a raid, Tim. Why is that? Why was my hard drive deleted? I saw Inspector Barry Shelton regarding this. They thought it was a bit of a joke. And of course, State Dignitary Protection Unit investigated the State Security Investigation Unit. But they assured me there was a separation of powers as they were across the footpath. And I could be assured that it was all rigid-ish. and they even laughed. So anyhow, I would appreciate Acting Inspector Mark Rubich, and good luck to Stephen Brown. I understand he's going for a commissioner, and I went out with his sister many years ago, Fiona. G'day, Steve. You put on a lot of weight. Please don't delete crap off my laptops. Thanks, Mark.
Okay. Now, in relation to your laptop, is that password protected?
Yeah, it is. And there's also an encrypted partition, data partition.
Okay.
I'm not going to say what it is. You can legislate, fire another 2-year prison sentence at me with it. I want to see if Mark Rubich can break it. It's a 25 random character.
Brother Shafe this.
Absolute Knowledge Seekers 2. What's going on?
Yeah. I'm Shafis or Mershafis.
Shafis.
Right.
It's a derivative of Seamus. It's an Irish name.
Yeah.
You won't find it anywhere.
Yeah, the wrestler. Yeah, Sheamus. I know. Yeah, Sheamus is WWE right now.
Yeah. I picked
I thought it was
this name
Shafis,
up.
you know, since it is spelled.
I'm sorry. I'm trying not to talk over you.
You know, it's just the you know, I thought, you know, because I heard Shafis, you know, but obviously there was a TH.
Yeah, they missed it. The other guy couldn't say it. It's okay. I got the name from a series of books from when I was in the Navy about vampires and psionic people, and you know, like ESP type stuff. And one of the major bad guy vampires was Shafis, and I thought that's the coolest name I've ever heard. So I took it, and it's my name now.
Yeah. Yeah.
The series was called Necroscope, if you're interested in that kind of thing.
How many seasons did they make?
They made 15 books. It's like Wheel of Time. It's huge. Starts off in the 70s with a guy named Harry who discovers that he's able to talk to dead people. And it turns out the dead people were unable to communicate with each other until he came along and taught them how to talk to each other. So the culture of the dead that arose from Harry's appearance caused them to basically be like, we'll do anything for you. And so in times of extreme need, the dead will crawl out of their graves and protect Harry. It doesn't matter how long they've been dead or who they are. As soon as they become dead, they join this group chat of dead people that Harry invented, and they're like, oh shit, if it wasn't for Harry, we'd be, you know, literally stuck in our graves. So they all loved him, and so whenever shit hit the fan, they would come to his rescue. The coolest part is that the main character dies in the first book.
Like Game of Thrones.
Yeah, well, he dies, but he stays the main character. For the second book, he's like a ghost. The third book, he actually like there's this other telepath that gets his mind wiped by a vampire, and he's gone completely, you know, brainless. He's just nothing. He's just a shell. And Harry got sucked into his body and took over his body and continued on as a character.
Yeah.
Which was kind of cool. Anyway. So what's going on your end of the world?
Going down to Mississippi in the not so distant That's what's happening. Which
You're,
which state are you from?
Tennessee.
Yeah, you're just north Mississippi.
Yeah, north and a little east. Mostly right above central Alabama. In the middle of the state, basically, just north of the state line. I don't usually tell people where I live, but cat's already kind of out of the bag at this point.
Yeah, I tell people I'm New York City. That's as far I'm down as I go.
Oh yeah, that's as specific as you get. I always say like Southeast United States. I'm in the South, and I'll leave it at that. For a while, they thought I was in South Carolina. Then they thought I was in Georgia, and I was just like, I hate lying to people.
Yeah. At first I told him I'm New York State, and I was like Greater New York area, and I was like, fuck it, I'm in New York City. There's like 14 million people.
Yeah, right. Still 14 million or so people.
There's a shit ton of people. Ain't gonna find me.
Right. So you live in New York, and what, you drive?
I've had 3 cars, and now I'm looking at getting a new one.
So you're not a truck driver.
I have a CDL.
Oh, okay.
Class B.
Okay. Yeah, I used to have a Class A, but I made the mistake of smoking some pot before I applied for a job, and they didn't just not hire me. They put the drug test on my DAC report and ruined my career, so I couldn't be a truck driver anymore.
Oh, damn.
So I was like, thanks. I actually had to fly up to Iowa to apply for the job. And when I got there and I failed the drug test, they sent me home on a bus. It was absolutely awful. And I had bought some of that shit that you drink to clear your system out, and it totally did not work. It was the most disgusting shit I had ever tried to stomach, and it didn't work at all. Still failed the test.
Yeah. I've heard of people. Yeah. I've heard of people showing up with fake piss and fake piss tubes and all that, and I don't know.
I successfully passed a drug test with fake piss when I applied at Sonic as a manager. They were like, "We got to drug test you since you're a manager," and I'm like, "Okay." And I went to Zero Gravity, the head shop, bought some fake urine, stuffed it down into my crotch, and it worked. But I've never been successful beyond that.
Yeah.
So, what are your hobbies? What do you get into?
Exercise.
You go to the gym?
Exercise. I'm hunting. Yeah. Gym. I'm running. Shooting.
What kind of shooting? You said you were hunting. What do you hunt?
Well, when I say hunting, because I have shot before, I'm down there, and I'm gonna be doing a good deal hunting. I expect. So,
Down in
Yeah, Mississippi.
Yeah, there's good hunting down here in the South. Are you going for big game or little game?
Most likely bigger.
So like deer, 30-06.
Most likely bigger bears, deers, and maybe some turkeys. I don't know.
You won't find any bears in Mississippi.
I was
Or at least
actually
I don't
kind of
think
hoping I did.
I don't think you will. Bears are very rare down here in the South. Every now and then one will come strolling down the Appalachians and will be found somewhere in Tennessee or North Alabama, but I really don't expect to see any bears in the swamps of Mississippi. Mississippi's really, really lowland type area. You're going to find alligators before you find bears. But I could be wrong. I could double check. I'm going to Google where you find bears. Yeah. There's the Appalachians and then the Rockies. There's a little section in Arkansas where there's bears. And there's like this weird narrow strip between Mississippi and Louisiana / Arkansas where apparently bears are. And then this little narrow strip along the bottom of Alabama and Georgia and Florida. That's really weird. I didn't know that. Maybe you will find a bear. Are you going to eat it if you catch one?
I've been hearing. I had to check if my mic was muted.
I can hear you.
I've been hearing, and I think we talked about this on Brandon's stream. I'm like these two. I'm like these fucking worms. I'm like these 2 foot. I'm like these 2 foot fucking worms that live inside the bear and crawl out of its ass.
Yeah. You kill a bear and all these worms start crawling out of its ass. Yes.
I don't know how many worms, but I saw a clip. I saw a clip. The bear was walking. The bear was just walking away, and the worm was just crawling out of its ass.
Oh my God! Here's a picture of a bear crawling out of the river, and there's like 7 or 8 feet of worms just sticking out of his ass. That's awful. Tapeworms can reach 30 feet in a bear's insides.
That's crazy.
Sometimes
crazy.
the bear
30
defecates.
feet.
Yeah, sometimes the bear defecates either a living or dead tapeworm. Wow, 73% of grizzly bears have trichinella. 14 out of 27 wolves, and 7 out of 120 black bears, 5%.
On wolves, you said that is trichinella.
Yeah, trichinella, 52% of wolves have it. 14 of 27. That's messed up.
It says Pyrharctia isabella.
What
It's a
is
different
that?
type of worm. An insect.
Can you spell that first one?
PY RR PY RR HARCTIA.
Pyrharctic. Wow. Pyrharctia isabella. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Some sort of
Did it
caterpillar?
pop up? And did you type it in and it came up?
Well, I typed in Pyrharctia.
If you go to Yahoo and then you type in bear worms, I'm in the search box. It
What's the second word again?
bear worms.
Oh, bear worms. I meant the pure Arctica something or another.
Isabella.
Isabella. Okay. Apparently, it's a tiger moth. It's that big fuzzy worm with all
I
the
don't know.
spiny fur on it.
I don't want to eat that shit either.
No. No, they're poisonous.
Yeah, I see it. I'm long tapeworms. I'm Alaskan bears. 30 feet or more. 30 feet.
Fucking disgusting.
2 feet is like that's 30 fucking feet. Is it like the it's just in the
Well, your
intestine?
intestines. Yeah, intestines in a human are 9 yards. That's where that phrase "the whole 9 yards" comes from. So 9 yards times 3 is 27 feet. So
It's a
a
human.
30-foot tapeworm is definitely perfect.
It could live inside of
if
a
it's-
human. Yeah.
Yeah, if it's in the stomach and it passes, grows all through your intestines, it could be about 30 feet before it dies. That's awful. And I imagine bears have slightly longer intestines because of their size.
Yeah. I see this article. CDC. And I might pull it up. And it says in the lower 48, it says I might just pull it up. I'm on the screen and just put it for the audience.
Yeah, a tapeworm living inside a bear can reach lengths of 30 feet or more. And the bear generally just ignores them. Doesn't even give a shit. He's pooping out a damn worm.
It probably crawls back in.
Half the time they're dead. So he's just pooping out a dead worm. But imagine how long it takes to poop out a 30-foot worm. You poop out a little bit of it and it just kind of hangs out of your butt. You wander around for a few hours, poop again, get another 6 feet out of you. God. It'd take forever to get the damn thing out. And then there's 2 more where they're like all in their intestines and shit. Bear meat must be thoroughly cooked. A brown colored black bears and other carnivores and scavengers in Alaska commonly carry the trichinella roundworm parasite, which can be transmitted to people who eat undercooked meat. So all bear meat must be well done.
Isn't a
what?
Scavenger. Isn't a scavenger? Isn't a scavenger somebody who eats dead corpses?
Yeah. Scavenger generally eats carrion, like a vulture or a buzzard.
Or hyena.
Hyenas. Wolves have been known to eat carrion. Dogs, of course, will eat any damn thing they come across. Coyotes as well. The only thing that I've seen that no one will eat is an armadillo. They'll tear it apart, but they won't eat it.
The damn shell, probably.
Yeah, it's just layers and layers of plates, man. They cut the top plate off, and there's just another layer of plates underneath. And finally, when you get down to the meat's no good. It's just gross. So the dogs don't even eat. The armadillos have slowly been working their way up from Florida through the South. And 20 years ago, 30 years ago, there were no armadillos around here. It was all raccoons. And now the raccoons have been displaced by the armadillos.
Damn.
Yeah, and it's getting worse because some asshole introduced Japanese beetles, which look like ladybugs, into the South to get rid of the aphids that were on all the plants that everybody was trying to grow. They're like, oh, we got this thing about aphids. So they introduced Japanese beetles, ladybugs, and the beetles destroyed the aphid population, but then took over because there are no natural predators for that disgusting ass insect. No one will eat it because it tastes so horrible. They're like stink bugs. If you bite them, they leave this horrible taste in your mouth. So now they're every goddamn where. And there's no aphids anymore, but there's ladybugs. We get, in the summertime, ladybugs will get into the house somehow, and then there'll be this carpet of dead ladybugs on the floor upstairs. They are literally all over the damn place. The end.
I heard of I think it's this frog, some type of, I think it's like a red and blue, and it's poisonous. You know, if you eat the frog, it's poisonous.
Yeah.
Poison frog. I don't know where they're. I don't know if they're in the United States, but
what's it called?
It's. You got me. It's a poison frog.
You said red and something.
And blue.
Red and blue. Ooh, that's brightly colored. Strawberry poison dart frog?
Most likely.
Literally the frog that the natives in South America use to poison their darts with. There's somewhere between 15 and 30 different color morphs, ranging from completely red to a blue coloration to green with black spots. The striking colors of the species serve as a warning that they are toxic.
Yeah.
Yeah. What you're talking about are the most toxic frogs on the planet. Literally, the people that are supposed to use, what they do is they take a piece of a leaf or stick and they hold down one of the frog's back legs, like they push down on its foot to keep it from jumping away, and then they'll just stroke their dart tips over the frog's back, roll it over and rub it again, and that's enough for a lethal dose. They don't even have to hurt the frog. They just rub its back with a dart. And then the darts are lethal. That's pretty awesome.
I could look up. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, we can go down. I mean, there's so many different rabbit holes to go down. You know, bear hunting, poison frogs, fucking Klaus Schwab and the WEF.
The World Economic Forum.
Yep. Yeah, like
yeah, whatever you want to talk about, bro.
Yeah, I could
I'm
play aim
easy.
a video.
Whatever you want to do.
If you want to comment, you can just let me know. You can just say, "Oh wait, I just you can just say something. I'll pause the video if you want to make a comment.
All right.
Yeah. If you
Do
want to
that
make a comment
shit.
on the video, just in general.
Hey, pause the video. I got something to say. Trichonellosis cases and outbreaks have been caused by the consumption of brown and black bear, wild boar. Oh, it went blurry. I can't read it anymore. So, what were you watching when I got on?
This.
So good luck, Mark. Your time starts now.
I told him, hey, Mom, I spent 8 years on this degree, but I hate it, and I really want to change jobs. I'm sorry, I know this sounds crazy.
And I said, I believe not to be bashed, and shit, I've been set up to be bashed. It's, no, don't be silly. We talk, they put me in the same cell as Lorenstein, Anthony Lorenstein. I believe he slashed the throat of his grandparents and disemboweled them and then ran naked down the street with their entrails wrapped around himself. I'm minimum security prisoner. They shoved me in maximum security.
You just hear that? I want to hear that again.
Something about his entrails.
Yeah.
On a raid, Tim. Why is that? Why was my hard drive deleted?
I saw Inspector Barry Shelton regarding this. They thought it was a bit of a joke. And of course, State Dignitary Protection Unit investigated the State Security Investigation Unit, but they assured me there was a separation of powers as they were across the footpath, and I could be assured that it was all ridgy-ditch. And they even laughed. So anyhow, I would appreciate Acting Inspector Mark Rubich, and good luck to Stephen Brown. I understand he's going for a commissioner, and I went out with his sister many years ago, Fiona. G'day, Steve. You put on a lot of weight. Please don't delete crap off my laptops. Thanks, Mark.
Okay. Now, in relation to your laptop, is that password protected?
Yeah, it is. And there's also an encrypted partition, data partition. Okay. I'm not going to say what it is. You can legislate, fire another 2-year prison sentence at me with it. I want to see if Mark Rubich can break it. It's a 25 random character password, and it's on one of those pieces of paper. So good luck, Mark. Your time starts now. And I said, I believe not to be bashed, and shit, I've been set up to be bashed. It's, no, don't be silly. We talk, they put me in the same cell as Lorenstein, Anthony Lorenstein. I believe he slashed the throat of his grandparents and disemboweled them and then ran naked down the street with their entrails wrapped around himself.
Wow. His grandparents.
His grandparents' entrails wrapped around him. That's awful.
And then they put him in the cell with this guy.
Now, is this guy talking about the dude?
He exposes.
He's not the guy, right?
He exposes conspiracy theories.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He gives more info than Alex Jones.
Alex Jones, man. He would be so much more effective if he would just relax. His yelling ruins his credibility.
I find it entertaining sometimes.
It is entertaining, but it damages his credibility as a source of information because he's just all over the damn place. And then, did you see where Kanye West was on his stream?
Yeah, messed up.
Oh my God. And Alex Jones is over there going, this is crazy. And you know it's gotten bad when Alex Jones is the voice of reason in the room.
Yeah. I have my own opinions.
Yeah? Do you not want to share them?
I think it was staged.
You think?
I think they're both controlled to a point.
Really?
I think both Kanye. Are you being sarcastic or like is this a surprise?
No. This is the first time I've heard anything like this. I'm just like, really?
Okay. Let me see if I could find that fucking. It was a great video about. And he said he was going to be taking it down.
I thought Alex Jones and Kanye West were the kind of people that you couldn't control. They seem like people that are kind of off their rocker, and those people don't like being controlled at all. I know I'm one of them.
Yep. I'm actually digging in my Discord for this video.
Right. You have a Discord?
Yes.
Is it a group Discord or is it just yours?
It's my group.
Right on. Yeah, I'm connected to like 5 different Discord servers. It just keeps growing and growing. People just keep showing up.
I'm gonna look for the You could join my Discord, but I'm gonna look for you. Shinobi's on Discord.
I'm on Shinobi's Discord.
Yeah, you can find me, and then I post my videos.
You post them on Shinobi's Discord?
Yeah, I tagged everyone. Just like 20 minutes ago.
Right on.
I'm gonna look for this video, and I'll play this video in the meantime.
Okay.
Security prisoner. They shoved me in maximum security, or they shoved me to Acacia first. I had an altercation with Bill Bosch, the former member of South African intelligence, the head of intelligence for Circa. And I asked him one day, had he signed off on any death warrants with black activists? In front of them, among our elders, and I did it on purpose because he was constantly messaging my mail to my lawyer, opening my mail to my lawyer, and also the yeshiva military academies. There's things called yeshiva military academies where ultra-Orthodox Jews go to train. They receive instruction about the nuts. The stuff they read out of the Babylonian Talmud, the Shulchan Aruch, these are books of the Mishnah or oral law. They are lunacy. They make Adolf Hitler and National Socialist ideology look tame. They are told to slaughter the Palestinians as they're animals. They have no soul. Anyway, I could go on. These are the yeshiva military academies, and these are very dangerous because you have Australians. It's a bit like ISIS.
And that's with that video, and the video that I'm looking for. It's along the lines, of Alex Jones. He's not telling the whole truth, and Kanye West, is talking all this Nazi crap. Kanye West is talking about the Nazis. I'm on Alex Jones, and he's wearing a fucking mask. Do you know the Babylonian Talmud?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The Talmud.
Yeah. There's a lot of fucked up shit. There's a lot of fucked up shit. I'm in that book.
You're in the book?
I haven't read it, but
you said there's a bunch of fucked up shit in the book. Okay. Yeah. I thought you said there's a bunch of fucked up shit and you're in the book, the Talmud, and I'm like, wait a minute, what? Yeah, it's a Jewish book, right?
Yeah.
Compilation of ancient teachings regarded as a sacred and normative by the Jews from the time of blah, 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 blah. Covers the full gamut of Jewish law and tradition, compiled and edited between the 3rd and 6th centuries. Okay. So what about it?
It talks about how the Jews are more superior, and we're goyim, cattle. It talks about how It talks about how they're superior. It talks about how they're superior, and we're to be controlled, and we're cattle, and we're shit like that, and to be told them what to do, and this and that, and it's a bunch of just retarded, bunch of retarded nonsense.
Do you believe Do you believe that the Jews are trying to control the world?
To an extent.
Okay. Do you think that their almost complete genocide in World War II was a reaction to their level of influence?
I've heard everything. I've heard everything on this topic. Whether the Holocaust was severe as they say it was, or whether it actually happened. And even though there are people who supposedly survived and lived to tell stories, I couldn't.
Yeah, the founders of Israel.
I couldn't tell you exactly what happened because I wasn't fucking there.
Sure.
I couldn't, and that's my catchphrase.
I wasn't fucking there.
And that's my catchphrase. That's my catchphrase. So
Right
I
on.
don't know. I don't know. I wasn't fucking there. Rusty.
Right,
Rusty reminds people. Brandon. We all know that's my catch. Because there were probably tattooed survivors of the Holocaust.
Yeah.
But
with the numbers on their forearm, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, on
Right
their
on.
wrist.
Yeah, there were a lot of them. Yes.
Yeah. But
like
do I know how big?
No idea.
Do I know?
What?
Do I know the scale? Do I know the actual scale of the Holocaust? And was it just Auschwitz, or were there many concentration camps? I don't fucking know. I wasn't there.
Well, there was Auschwitz, and there was Dachau, and there was Ravensbrück, and there was Stuttgart, and there was, it just goes on and on. There were many concentration camps, and they were wholesale gassing and cremating Jews nonstop in the 44 and 45 points. 1944, 1945. And then when the Americans and Soviets liberated these places, they found people that were on the verge of death. Like the entire camp was just a bunch of skeletons wandering around. And then they found train cars in Dachau full of dead bodies, like train car after train car after train car, just full of corpses. So I know that. That's after that. I know that the end of World War II, the Allied forces decided to partition off part of Palestine and create the country of Israel for the Holocaust survivors, the Jews that couldn't go back to Germany no matter what, But that's all I got.
I'm actually looking for this video. I can play this video while I search, while I try to find it.
So who is this guy in this video that you're playing? He seems to be getting debriefed by some sort of officers of some kind.
His name. His name. These are Australian officers, and his name is Brendan O'Connell. Brendan Lee O'Connell. He has a channel. This guy is from Australia. I don't think he's in Australia at the moment. His name is Brendan Lee O'Connell. He's being interrogated by Australian law enforcement.
Did he do something wrong?
I am sure he was accused, and it was, I don't know, his whole backstory, and not because I wasn't there. I mean, I just never heard. His whole backstory, like I'm sure he was charged. I'm sure he was charged with a bunch of stuff. But but chances are, they didn't convict him, of everything, or somehow he escaped, because he's in a different country. I'm broadcasting him on YouTube, on YouTube and Patreon. He's broadcasting. He gives more info than Alex Jones. He's in a different country. I think he's in some. I don't know if he's in some Eurasian or freaking somewhere. I don't know where he is.
Tell me his name again.
I'm Brendan. I'm Lee. I'm O'Connell.
Brendan Lee O'Connell. I'm gonna write him down because I'm fascinated now. I gotta look him up and read everything and watch everything and find out, learn all that. I need to seek some absolute knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I'm trying to seek that video that talks about the Jews. I'm in the Talmud. I'm in Kanye West. I'm in Alex Jones. I'm trying to find that video. But I'll play this video in the meantime.
Sure.
Everyone would be very worried as Australian Muslims are going to train with ISIS. We have a very big problem with Australian Jews going to train in the yeshiva military academies where they receive training. Special forces training, they get their combat pilots from there. They want the best of the best from there, the most committed ideologues to the Israeli state. Explosives training, firearms training, so on, electronic data and research, specialists in hardware, software development, all sorts of stuff. They then go from there, and guess what? They come back to Australia. Then they get into a private military institutions.
I understand all that, and that's
ISIS
very well explained on your blog.
Well, anyway, that's what he wanted to talk about. So then I have the Australian ambassador.
Is he saying Australian Jews train in Australia and then turn themselves over to ISIS?
I have no idea. I'm looking for the video. I could play back a minute back.
Yeah, I'm like.
Now, I still to this day on my shows, it's an international incident. It's never happened in the history of the. There's things called yeshiva military academies where ultra-Orthodox Jews go to train. They receive instruction. They're nuts. The stuff they read out of the Babylonian Talmud, the Shulchan Aruch, these are books of the Mishnah or oral law. They are lunacy. They make Adolf Hitler and National Socialist ideology look tame. They're told to slaughter the Palestinians as they're animals. They have no soul. Anyway, you go on. These are the yeshiva military academies. And these are very dangerous because you have Australians. It's a bit like ISIS. Everyone would be very worried as Australian Muslims are going to train with ISIS. We have a very big problem with Australian Jews going to train in the yeshiva military academies where they receive training. Special forces training, they get their combat pilots from there. They want the best of the best from there, the most committed ideologues to the Israeli state. Explosives training, firearms training, so on, electronic data and research, specialists in hardware, software development, all sorts of stuff. They then go from there, and guess what? They come back to Australia. Then they get into a private military institutions.
I understand all that, and that's very well explained on your blog.
Well, anyway, that's what he wanted to talk about. So then I have the Australian ambassador and all that turn up.
Yeah.
This is a massive matter in the public interest. It is now I still to this day on my shows, it's an international incident. It's never happened in the history of the world before, where a local case, that much firepower has appeared in direct response to Brendan O'Connell. We couldn't get expert witnesses to appear. John Bowden, my lawyer, was intimidated. The court would have been intimidated. It was a massive contempt of court and criminal defamation case. And of course, what are they going to do? They have to bring, there was 100 local and federal members of parliament that expressed written support, let alone the 30 that turned up in person.
Yeah.
I mean, it was outrageous. I couldn't believe it. And they will not rebuke the Israeli ambassador. They said, well, I want to handle it quietly. And I said,
who's they?
The foreign minister's office.
Obviously, we've got a process that we've got to go through. Okay?
What? Jet Propulsion Laboratory? Do you realise what you're doing?
Anything you do, say or do.
Do you realise what you're doing?
Brendan, please listen
do
to
you
this
realise
caution.
what you're doing?
You need to listen to this caution. Say
I'll
or
start
do
the
anything.
shit
That
fire.
anything you do, say or do, maybe you...
There you go. Put the cups on, Liz. There you go. Put the cups on. There you go.
Wait, what?
Now, this isn't scientific, but I did a poll around New York, and what people believed about the Constitution.
What is it, Liz?
That takes some balls. I gotta say.
What did they just do? I missed it. It was all frozen, and I could just hear it.
Terrorism. Is it?
Still to this day, on my shows, it's an international incident. It's never happened in the history of the world before, where a local case, that much firepower has appeared in direct response to Brendan O'Connell. We couldn't get expert witnesses to appear. John Bowger, my lawyer, was intimidated. The court would have been intimidated. It was a massive contempt of court and criminal defamation case. And of course, what are they going to do? They have to bring, there was 100 local and federal members of parliament that expressed written support, let alone the 30 that turned up in person.
Yeah.
I mean, it was outrageous. I couldn't believe it. And they will not rebuke the Israeli ambassador. They said, well, they want to handle it quietly. And I said, who's they? The Foreign Minister's Office.
Obviously, we've got a process that we've got to go through. Okay?
What? Jet Propulsion Laboratory? Do you realise what you're doing?
Anything you do, say or do.
Do you realise what you're doing?
Brendan, please listen
Do
to
you
the
realise
caution.
what you're doing?
You need to listen to this caution. Say
I'll
or
start
do
the shit
anything,
fire.
anything you do, say or do, maybe use.
There you go. Put the cups on, Liz. There you go. Put the cups on. There you go. Put the cups on. What is it, Liz? Terrorism? Is it a big terrorism thing now? What? Who have I offended, Liz? Has Phil Levitch had his feelings hurt?
I think it was a victory for decency and against bigotry and prejudice. On future occasions, it could be Muslims or Asians or any group, and so we should all be happy about this result.
There was extra security in the courtroom for the sentencing. After being told he would serve 3 years in jail, O'Connell yelled out, "That's a holiday camp compared to Gaza."
You do have
I don't have to cooperate with you, Liz, all right?
You don't have to say anything, Brendan.
No, I can say, I love talking, Liz.
Okay, I know you
Liz,
but you don't have
Liz,
to.
do you remember when you came the last time with no warrant,
Do you
3 weeks
that you don't
after?
have to say anything?
Do you remember the last case?
Right.
Do you remember the last case, Liz?
All right.
Do you remember it?
Okay.
Do you remember it? But the other officers know what a up the last one was?
Right.
Why? There's nothing to talk about, sweetheart.
You just
Now it's war.
do not call
It's
me
just war.
sweetheart.
Sweetheart.
Do not call me sweetheart.
Oh, really?
Sweetheart, bitch.
You carry on. One to another. Why'd you leave major crime? Do you know Detective Lisa Monique Reynolds, the one who set up Alien Moon? You know who that is? Liz, this is a joke. Do you realise what you're doing? Do you realise what you're doing? Do you have the faintest idea what you're doing?
So what we'll do is...
What are we here for, Liz? Murder? Mass murder? It's a mass murder, Liz.
Entered.
Liz, it's a mass murder. What are you here for? I offended Stephen Leiblich.
I'm guessing that this appears...
I offended Stephen Leiblich.
Shit.
Amendments and 9/11 conspiracies and that sort of stuff.
Alright, okay.
And then this blog stuff is all in there as well.
Okay, that's not under the scope of the warrant,
Yeah,
or conspiracy theories and things like that. If there's anything to do with, like I said, jet propulsion breakthroughs, jet propulsion breakthroughs, jet propulsion breakthroughs, jet propulsion breakthroughs, jet propulsion breakthroughs.
What? Jet Propulsion Laboratory?
The DEA is complaining that every time they go after an American Jewish drug dealer or an Israeli drug dealer, that they're changing their habits, ridding their phones, jumping on planes, and therefore they believe Variant, as a military intelligence originating startup company, was in fact putting backdoors in the equipment. That's Variant.
I discovered that the programs that Ed was working on in sessionizing things were passed to the Israelis covertly. In 2001 and 2, two devices pop up on the world commercial market, Naris and Variant. The sources of two guys who came from Unit 8200, the Israeli equivalent of NSA, who were the ones who received our software in 1997 and 98. And it did exactly what we were doing.
This is about SAS Campbell Barracks, Leon Wind, Variant. Timothy, you told me that Variant does your local and national, your local police intercept, an Israeli intelligence front.
Pop you in the
Yeah, I know you are, Tim. You, Tim. I'll tell you.
And that's just a taste of what I've got up to. But we really have to understand Putin is a product of Yuri Primakov and Heinz Kissinger. He does nothing without permission from his oligarchical network. The sanctions are not coming from the bankers. The actual sanctions now, it's not about the World Economic Forum. It's not about Carnegie. It's not about the Atlantic Council. It's not about the Council on Foreign Relations. They were kissing Putin's backside. It was all arranged for him, Xi, Israel and Germany to take over Eurasia. It's not happening. The sanctions are coming from the US establishment who do not want to lose power. One organized crime gang fighting another. I'll take the US crime gang. Thank you. They have been constantly white-handed from within by the likes of Kissinger, the commie in the $1,000 suit. The think tanks, the foundation system, the City of London plants seeking to usurp Anglo elites' power and revert them back to the crown corporate.
It's crazy.
The failure of institutions to protect people is a result of American independence, because when you throw away the monarch, you don't really just get rid of him. You make space for something else to move in, and you might not have control over that. So America is now in a position where they are ruled more brutally and more savagely and more abusively than any monarch in living memory anywhere in the world, but they don't know the names of the people who are doing it to them.
Central banks,
and they have
Reserve, that's for sure.
certainly they're a part of it. But what instead you have is the empty pomp and circumstance of the 4th of July. This rippling flag. Why do you love a flag so much? Because there's room to hide behind it. And the people who are really running the show, whose names none of us will ever learn, are what moved in instead of the king. Instead of having, and people will differ on this very violently. I appreciate that.
I have to go pee. I'll be right back.
When we think about how the earthly order should reflect the heavenly order, that's the sort of basis of legitimacy of the papacy and monarchy, right? The way that societies are ordered reflects the heavenly order, and conforms to nature in the way that, and our nature, the way that we design, the way that we work, and those are the best and happiest systems to live under. They work the best. The removal of the monarch from the top, and then these kind of weird self-sabotaging things like we're just gonna trust that everybody's going to be Christian, so we'll outsource morality to Christianity, and we'll give people these extraordinary freedoms that don't exist anywhere else, that wreck society unless the whole population is Christian, right? You cannot give people the First and Second Amendment unless they're Christian. You just can't, because only with that kind of things aren't in the law anymore. They exist in common law and in tradition and in custom in Europe, but this break, this rupture that happens with the sedition and getting rid of the king resets the clock in America, and there's none of those things to draw on. And just trusting that people are going to stay Christian and therefore be nice to each other was stupid. And I want America to succeed and to win, and it would have done so better as a member of the Commonwealth and good friend. Member of the Commonwealth and good friend. It might not have had some of the remarkable financial successes, such as they are, but
well, the model, let me be very frank, I have never been an aficionado of the Constitution. The reason for it, it's outdated.
The alliance between the Crown and the private Rothschild banking dynasty, East India Trading Company. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the hacking of the FAA system in Canada and the US. And was this a warning from Bibi to leave Vladimir Putin alone, his best buddy? We've got to go over all those articles again that Whitney Webb and the Last American Vagabond never told you about, because we know who they work for. The mass migration through the southern border, it's about a cheap workforce ready for the economic boom, and of course to dilute the US population and voting base, because when you're a desperate third world refugee, or even from a second emerging world, Mexico, you don't give a damn about constitutions and freedom and second amendments and things like that. You'll vote Democrat or whichever East India Trading Company fool they put in front of you, right, left, it doesn't matter. We'll talk about Elon Musk, and are his patents really owned by BAE Systems and the Crown Corporate over there in good old London? And we need to touch on the fact that during World War II with Lend-Lease, good old Churchill had to hand over 600 patents to Roosevelt, which was very, very interesting. And we know that Roosevelt was surrounded by communists. And I was very interesting what Henry Ford said about Roosevelt in 43.
This $69 muscle hack is taking over the market like crazy. Just use it for 15 minutes per day to burn fat.
New information about the Kennedys in this book. You'll be hearing a little bit later by Neil Baldwin in his book on Henry Ford and the Jews. And part of my book, new information I have is on Joe Kennedy's anti-Semitism, which is one of the some seminal themes of his life. And how do I know that? I know that because I have his letters, and I have his diary. I have, for example, in 1944, when he says that Roosevelt is surrounded by Jews and communists. And I have this obsession that he had with his life when he blamed the Jews for trying to get us into World War II. It was one of the kind of main themes of his life that I devote in great detail in my book. It shows, for instance, the extent the Catholic Church was behind Kennedy's candidacy, secretly pushing his candidacy. When people were being criticized for voting against Kennedy because of his religion, the Catholic Church and several of the bishops were pushing Catholics to vote for him simply because of his faith. There's information that is quite startling about Kennedy's political career, and others have said that Joe Kennedy was a secret force behind Jack Kennedy. Well, you see in these documents the extent that Jack Kennedy was managing his own career and was pushing his own career. And you see, sadly, the tragedy of Kennedy's health. And Bobby Kennedy said that his brother was sick half of his life, and it probably was much worse than that. He almost died when he was a young man. He was twice misdiagnosed as having leukemia. He should not have served in World War II. And by the time he entered the presidency, he was quite sick. And in these papers, there's Dr. Max Jacobson, who was a New York doctor, who in the late 50s and early 60s would give these injections to people, these injections of amphetamines and steroids. And Kennedy went to see Dr. Jacobson right before his first debate with Nixon. And I think that he was taking these amphetamines, he had one of these injections during these debates.
We should touch on that subject because this is the big background to what's happening today. We'll talk about Redacted, what's his name? That idiot from Fox News, the ripoff merchant who ripped off millions and then ran away to Portugal. We'll talk about his appearance with Johnny Vedmore, Whitney Webb's boyfriend, dear God, looks like the troll out of that movie. And he actually mentions he's discovered Heinz Kissinger, everyone. What a clever little boy, but you'll never see him show this picture. Will you, Johnny? No, you're not going to show that General Jim Jones, Denology, Atlantic Council, Heinz Kissinger, Rupert Murdoch, Fred Kemp picture. Are you, Johnny? You or Whitney won't do it. We're going to go into the plants. We'll also go Whitney Webb's on Russell Brand, who used to go with Jemima Goldsmith, who was a sister, half-sister of Diana Spencer. That's that lady, Di Spencer. And we'll talk about the close relationship between Jimmy Goldsmith and the Rothschild clan. Russell Brand, what an interesting fellow. Maybe Whitney's certainly getting on all the finest shows after she went on Glenn Beck. You know, the Israeli first, a hardcore Zionist. Whitney, you sure get on some strange compare shows, but there's nothing to see here. Whitney's a star, and she's being pushed hard by the Denology Kissinger and Associates gang. And we really need to ask people this question about the new stars they're grooming, who won't mention, you know, a Kay Griggs.
All right. Now, we're having a fascinating conversation talking to the wife of the former
Chief of Staff, Marine Atlantic, head of the intelligence group that went to Beirut. They were already meeting over there. He was before the Beirut bombing. The NATO intelligence wet operations guy, psychological operations guy.
Okay, now when you refer to wet operations, WET, does that stand for something?
Yes, it means murder, assassinations groups. NATO has a group of assassins and psychological operations specialists who work in combined operations to destroy targets.
Okay.
The highest levels of the Marine Corps and the Army in those special operations levels, the individuals are actually in the mob. New Jersey.
You're talking about the mafia type mob?
I'm talking about the Brooklyn, New Jersey mob. My husband, Al Gray, Sheehan, they're all Brooklyn. Cap Weinberger. Heinz Kissinger, there's the Boston mob, which was shipping weapons back and forth to Northern Ireland. And I don't want to get too deeply involved in that, but it goes, Israel, some of the Zionists who came over from Germany, according to my husband, were, see, he works with those people. They do a lot of money laundering in the banks, cash transactions for the drugs that they're bringing over through Latin America, the Southern Mafia, the Dixie Mafia, which is now my husband's involved with in Miami. Military are all involved once they retire. They're they go into this drug and secondary weapons sales. Take the whole Iraqi thing over because they had been baiting, using the Israeli rogues in Turkey. They were having little zigzag wars. It's all to sell weapons. It's all about weapon sales. It's all about drugs. It's all about funny money.
Making money.
Of course, for doing criminal activities, selling weapons, going through Tel Aviv, the bank in Rome, selling the weapons illegally. The Israeli agents are the middlemen. And all the money's going to Israel. It really is the truth. The money, not just the money that is given to them free and clear, but all the black budget money that Meyer Lansky's group started back in the 40s has been growing and growing and growing. It's like a pyramid scheme. And the Jesuits, I've been told, are really controlled by this group now. I don't,
Now, surely Ollie North is a good guy.
And the admiral would go to these parties at this big mansion outside of Marseille. What they did was they invited the wild girls, the secretaries, because this went on in Indonesia. My husband had a secretary. Now, how does that make a young guy feel who's got a child? He's guarding an orgy with Israelis. There were Israelis at these parties. Intelligence people. Intelligence? There's not intelligence there. There's perversion. There's psychological, group of men, 7 men, one of whom is head of intelligence, is head of computers and the intelligence for the Army, Ron Jarmuth. Now, Ron Jarmuth comes right out and says, I'm an anarchist. His family are New York, old Zionist Jews. He met his wife, I think, in a kibbutz. He's a nice, personable guy. But when you say to somebody like me, I'm an anarchist, just so blithely, and and he's always over at Ern's house. And Ern's got a picture by his bedstead drawn by a man who's a known homosexual whom he met or the mob. The one thing I've been able to determine about the current Marine Corps, the Marine Corps that my husband came in with, Gray, Reap, Sheehan, they're all mob.
No, when you say mob, you're talking mafia type
New
mob?
Jersey mafia, right.
And there's a...
Sopranos.
Brooklyn, New Jersey.
Okay, is the mob and this military...
This is the first time I'm hearing about any of this.
Yeah. I haven't heard any of this before either. But I don't know how much longer I can go. I'm fading. I'm about to fall asleep.
All right. If you want to, if you have to drop out, you can leave me a message, or you can just, sometimes it happens. You can leave me a message, or you can just, you can just fucking take a break, and if you fall asleep, hey, you fall asleep,
I appreciate you letting me in on this stuff, and I want to get more deep into it. I want to read it all. I want to see it all, but I'm literally about to fall asleep, so I'm gonna drop off, and I will talk to you later.
All right, man.
I seriously appreciate you letting me on, though.
Yeah, hit up on my Discord.
I got you. I subbed to your channel, both of your channels, both of them.
Thanks.
1 and 2.
and there's the original, and there's and there's AKS. So if you want to sub to that one too, man, that's my.
Yeah, check out my channel if you get a chance. I only have a few videos up, but I'm planning on way more.
Let's see. Let me type it in. The SH. Yeah.
No, it's under Irish Viking.
Okay. Yeah, I think I've seen that. Okay. It's hard to find.
Yeah, because I'm so.
Go
ahead.
Yeah, it's not coming up. I'm sure that happened to me too in the beginning. You said you have like 20 something subscribers.
Yeah, like 27.
What's the title?
Of
any
channel?
Yeah, no. No.
I'm sorry.
Any video?
One of my videos?
Yeah,
There's one called White Fragility ...
Well, let me type in white fragility. Let's see what comes. Damn, even with that. They're shadow banning you.
Yeah, they are. They shadow banned me when I first made my first video that said all women are a danger to all men. We got 1,764 views on that one, but my most recent video, White Fragility, has 4 views. So
Irish.
yeah, Irish Viking. Let me see if I can find the number. It's like 978 or some shit like that. 987. Irish Viking 987.
987.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, I'm an old bald fuck with a beard.
I gotta find the 987. There's an error. I gotta log into a different Absolute Knowledge, and I'll subscribe. For some
Okay.
reason, yeah. For
That's
some
cool.
reason, yeah. Yeah, I might be subscribed to too many people. I'm on this channel.
Right on. Well, I got 29 subscribers now. That's cool. These guys that are in the chat that like plug my site for me, they're really doing me a favor.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm gonna get off here. I'm gonna go to bed. I gotta try and hook up with Brandon in the morning as he passes by my house. But yeah, I'll catch up with you later, man.
Yeah, man.
Absolute knowledge seekers. I'm not gonna forget that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I might be streaming them tomorrow. In my Discord group. In my Discord group. I'll try. You know what? I'm in the Discord. I'll try to find you since you're under. What are you under? I'm in Discord.
In Discord, I am TTOZZIKS, Tozix.
Okay, let me see. It's TT.
TTOZZIKS.
Found.
Yeah, he sent a friend request on Discord. Let me hit that up.
Let me actually get my link.
Yeah, I've already actually got you up here at the Absolute Knowledge on Discord.
Oh, you're in my fucking.
Yeah, I don't know how. I just opened up my Discord and there you were. And I got 2 of them now. I got the Absolute Knowledge twice. This might be a private message. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I've already joined.
Yeah.
Right on. Cool.
TTOZZIKS. Got it.
Do you want to go out, baby? The dog wants to go out. All right, I'm going to get off here. I appreciate the stream and all the help and the info, and I will catch up with you later, okay?
Yep.
All right, be good.
Yeah, buddy.
Bunch. They're one and the
The
same.
Marine Corps guys are the hitmen. And they're mercenaries. They'll work for anybody. You think the Marine Corps is under the Navy? No way. They can just as easily be under an Army colonel. And if the Army colonel meets a Marine Corps colonel, the Army colonel is superior. They'll switch hats just like that. My husband said it's just, no big a deal. I'll go work for the State Department. I don't really, the Marine Corps is just it's like a smoke and mirrors thing. And they're run out of New Orleans, 4th Marine, Oswald. I mean, they are not on his level. He said, we've never been an enemy of the Soviet Union. We've never been an enemy of the Soviet Union. We've never been an enemy of the Soviet Union.
He said, Mr. Dodd, all of us that have a hand in the making of policies here have had experience either with the OSS during the war or the European Economic Administration after the war. We've had experience operating under directives. And these directives emanate and did emanate from the White House. Now we still operate under just such directives. Would you like to know what the substance of these directives is? And I said, yes, Mr. Gaither, I'd like very much to know. Whereupon he made this statement to me, namely, Mr. Dodd, we here operate on in response to similar directives, the substance of which is that we shall use our grant-making power so to alter life in the United States that it can be comfortably merged with the Soviet Union. Well, parenthetically, Mr. Griffin, I nearly fell off the chair.
They work with these communists. The man who started this whole intelligence operation, the OSS, he was recruiting known communists who were involved in the Spanish subverting Spain. You know what? There's no more. They're not Americans. They're not Christians. They're German existentialists. Now, what are they doing running our nation? It's kind of, they have more affinity for the state of Israel right now than they do our nation. They don't care about American citizens. Just Colby, I spoke with personally on the phone. 2 weeks later, he was murdered. He went to Princeton. My husband knew him. He knew my husband. He told me, Colby told me that.
Oh, this is General Colby?
No, this is William Colby, who was head of the CIA.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Who was murdered in a
so-called
I know exactly how that happened because you see the SEAL teams 6, 4, 6, and 8 are on the East Coast, and then the odd numbers are on the West Coast. And some of the people who are affiliated with the SEALs, I shouldn't say that. I'm not going to say it, but
it wouldn't matter for a SEAL to come from underwater and tip the boat over and make sure the man's dead. That's the thing.
The Israelis train with the SEALs. They do a lot of wet ops murders over here. Admiral Geis took over the command of the Forrestal. He was the head of the whole everything for the military when the Liberty was bombarded by the Israelis.
Right.
And one of my best friends, Josie Taw Lennon. You talk about a wonderful, she's been through a lot, woman. I've learned a lot of information from her. Josie's brother was on that ship.
Did he survive?
Of course, no, he was murdered. He was a rising star, brilliant young
I think about 30-some guys died on the SS Liberty, didn't they?
He was one of them. It's now being run by a group that's holding it down. You know, they don't want it. Why don't you? Those Israelis, and yet every Jewish person who's in the military is a member of that army, whatever it is. Now, something is very strange here when you have the whole State Department, not one Christian, not one Protestant in the Near East section, not one Muslim. Why not? They have Jews there. We have Muslims in the Navy. Why are there no Muslims in the Near East section State Department? Why are there no born-again Christians or real honest people who are not under some chain of command? Why don't we have anybody who can decide right and wrong, who has to be interpreted, you know? Something is strange when you have a State Department that is run by Israel. There's something really strange. It's no wonder there's no peace. Do they want peace? No. They want to control all those little countries around there. The taxpayers are paying young men who are not citizens of the United States to kill innocent people, women and children. They get on a flight from Norfolk and Oceana. They fly to Stuttgart, and I was told this is what they do. Then they go by a special helicopter to countries like Turkey, like the part of Iraq, to Algeria, to parts of Africa, and they do wet ops. They'll just, murder 5, 10, 20 people, and they blame it on the Arabs, or they blame it on somebody else, and they do wet ops. They'll just, murder 5, 10, 20 people, and then they blame it on the Arabs, or they blame it on somebody else. For Al Gray, Al Gray he pulls the strings. It's all New Jersey mob. Where do you think Al Gray was born? Right outside of Atlantic City. My husband was born in Atlantic City. Sheehan's father was in the mob. You remember that big concert that they had back in the 60s where everybody was smoking pot and they were doing experiments on young people? They had all the public.
Yeah,
Guess who did all the flying in of all the bands and the drug dealers and everything? Who arranged it all? General Sheehan's father.
Oh,
and this is the head.
Woodstock.
Woodstock, New York. That's where he's from. Now, isn't that unusual that the head of NATO would be, and his brother is doing all kinds of weapons deals and selling things to the military? And I went to his wife's home, who lived in the Virginia house, after my husband disappeared.
What was Woodstock kind of
Of course, a
an
testing ground for
experiment?
drugs.
Okay.
Of course, it was just an experiment, like the Jim Jones thing down there in
Yeah.
yeah, that he was working. I think even little David Koresh was used because he had a Mossad, he had an Israeli agent. They always get away, don't they? The Israelis always are in there, but they get away, don't they? Mandela. I don't mean Mandela. The guy in Panama.
Noriega.
Noriega he was an Israeli double agent. Anybody who is Jewish is automatically a member of the army, the Israeli army. They have a joint relationship. How can they be loyal to America if they will shoot ships like the Liberty and it's covered up? They always get away, don't they? The Israelis always are in there, but they get away, don't they?
Who won't mention a good old Bill Cooper, who won't mention an Ezra Pound, a Eustace Mullins. They never go into the past. They never talk about the classics who brought us here. We stand on the shoulders of giants. We need to discuss that as we go into this very long, long show. But before we go on, ladies and gentlemen, let us attend.
Today, I'm going to show you the 7 things you must do immediately after an EMP strike. Each one is important, and I think it will totally take you by surprise. The first thing
in cyber is a real domain of power. In cyber is a real domain of power.
Well, ladies and gents, sometimes it's hard to know where to even begin. But let's begin first with reminding people about what's going on in Ukraine, what's it all about. For many of you who've watched for a long time, you know what it's all about, but let's remind people. Let's remind people about the origins of Vladimir Putin, his strong and long-going relationship with Heinz Kissinger, how he was put into power by the former Russian Foreign Minister, Yuri Primakov, best buddies with Heinz Kissinger. Excuse me for 1 second. Back again. We really need to understand the origins of Vladimir Putin and the fact that Vladimir Putin and Russia in general has no capacity to maintain the ridiculous narrative that Vladimir Putin is here to save you from the tranny Spetsnaz, Drag Queen Storytime, and Globo Homo. Vladimir Putin has been cooperating with the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab from day dot. He is part of the East India Trading Company, Kissinger and Associates, the old Sullivan and Cromwell legal team that was originally run by Alan Dulles and John Foster Dulles, of course, working for the City of London and Rothschild, ostensibly fanning the flames of Pax Americana across the world. When in actual fact, Dulles and co. were commies in $1,000 suits, assuring everyone they were out to fight the Soviets while doing everything they could to run around the world, stomping on countries, putting them under a cliche fascist totalitarian control. All the while, everyone wonders why the United States is hated and could never use soft power, because that was not the job of the United States, to use soft power. But they're about to do it now. Better late than never, I guess. So what is the war in Ukraine, ladies and gentlemen? The war in Ukraine is a long, long war for the last 100 years, the battle for Eurasia. Who controls Eurasia? That's what the war in Ukraine is about. It's been going on since well before the Second World War. Well before. Vast resources, vast amounts of people. Germany, Russia, China, and Israel had combined to form the Pan-Eurasian trading bloc. It's well reported and well documented, but your internet hoe of choice chose not to tell you this. A lot of them chose to push Vladimir Putin because that's where the money was on the superficial level, but far more than that, far worse than that. Apart from being a whore simply for the money, because that's where the money was, these people are plants. They work for Kissinger and Associates. That's why you see them with General Jim Jones and the private denology company, Data Analytics. That's why you see them with the Atlantic Council, which is all linked in with the Council on Foreign Relations. And by God, did they push Putin hard, always telling America, hey, you've got to look after Putin. You've got to send him technology. We've got to split off China and Russia. What a load of codswallop. You didn't have to split off Russia and China. You didn't have to build one up to the other. You didn't need Russian assistance to hold China down. You just needed to stop giving China technology. Very simple. China and Russia have both existed only with the assistance and only with money, resources, and the pouring in of technology from the West. Simply read Professor Anthony Sutton, Wall Street and the Rise of Hitler, and technology transfer to the Soviet Union. All documented. Major Jordan's diaries, how they were just sending uranium, they were sending intellectual property, they were sending the ability to print off American banknotes, the ability to print off the material in East Germany, how to print off that material. The stupidity and ridiculous fact that in the year 2022, most people still have no idea who Major Jordan is. Major Racy Jordan. You can watch this simple video, and it's linked below, and go and watch how all this technology, all the suspension for the T-34 tank, the aluminium block for the tank, all their trucks, everything was handed to them. This was going on before the Second World War. Same with Adolf Hitler and the rise of the National Socialist Party within Germany. Remember, Hitler was to maintain the United States of Europe and sit there and be a bulwark against Stalin. Stalin would be in North Asia. Mao would be in South Asia. And we got a whole story on Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang Kai-shek, how he was sold out by who? Harry Dexter White, Roosevelt's establishment, a hardcore communist Soviet spy, who then went on to create the International Monetary Fund. This is simple history, ladies and gentlemen, which is not being taught anywhere, which all the alt media stars are not going to tell you about. They're not going to give you that big picture. You can't see the forest for the trees. This is a tragedy if you don't get that history of the Roosevelt administration. And Roosevelt was agreed to be an idiot, just like Trump, had no idea who was around him. And you remember what Henry Ford said about it all. Horrible old Henry Ford. You remember what they did to Joseph McCarthy, a true hero, which truly exposed the depths of the complete Soviet era penetration of the United States, which is ongoing. And they've come in now through Israel. Yeah, good old Bibi and Vlad, friends to the last. So if we don't get that big picture, we won't understand what's going on in Ukraine. You won't get it. It's a good thing that the United States is in Ukraine. Not good if you're a Ukrainian or you're a poor Russian conscript. And I think the Russians have suffered enough, haven't they, the last 100 years? I really wish the Russians could catch a break in this day and age. And I really would like to add that I was going to be a monastic in the Russian Orthodox Church. So please don't think I'm anti-Russian, ever.
Therapy for me, I think when the pandemic happened.
Few, if any, have suffered as much as the Russian people, Ukrainians, the Baltic states, Poland, East Germany, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, under Soviet rule, particularly Christians. I'm not anti-Russian, but Putin is not a Russian nationalist. Putin is a plant via Yuri Primakov, all part of that East India Trading Company. The KGB was run out of the City of London, literally by the Rothschild City of London crowd corporate operating system. It has little to nothing to do with the UK itself. If it did, if they ran MI6, MI6 would have stopped telling the City of London to stop laundering all that drug money for the Russian oligarchs. This is a private trading guild, planetary wide. We really need to understand that. And none of these countries could survive without Western technology transfers. You don't have to play Kissinger-like a balance of power. That is a lie. You don't balance any power. You just take over. America just takes over, but this time free of the international banking cartel, free of the crown corporate, free of the Rothschild banking dynasty, free of the EU banking cartel. Freedom. If you can find another country with a constitution worth dying for, you let me know. If you can tell me who's going to take on this whole worldwide planetary socialist system of UN smart cities, UN 15-minute smart cities, with Israeli Unit 8200 and Telpiot graduates filling American cities right now, and in fact cities worldwide, with that backdoor technology. If you know another country with another military that can take over the planet and actually administer it according to its constitution, with, of course, us, not just the American people, making sure our politicians follow and toe the line. If you have a better idea, do you have a better idea? Or are you just going to sit and send links and cheer on your team and think if you just send enough links and carry on and attend a march that somehow this giant international trading and banking cartel will just disappear? You better get the military on side. If you want to run a counter coup to their coup, you better have the military on side. If you somehow magically think, without engaging with the military, policing services, intelligence services, as we have and do routinely, if you think you can win and Whitney Webb will save you or Alex Jones will save you, if none of these people will tell you to engage politically because they're not supposed to, because they're fake. They're big, fat fakes put in place and cross-promoted to make sure you think everything's fine and just sit on your backside, clap, applause, and send links to each other. Maybe start up a YouTube channel and tell everyone how horrified you are and how the tranny Spetsnats are coming and drag queen story time and Globo Homo and the woke left and crazy AOC and a million and other fake crisis actor operations. We really need to get back on track and understand they own the right and the left. It's a dialectic. They own both sides. Have a look at this. Atlantic Council, Rupert Murdoch, Heinz Kissinger, General Jim Jones, and no one will show that image. Nobody will show that image. They will not show it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Davos. Well, Klaus is not looking too popular these days. No surprise. I guess Davos is not too popular these days. That's all right. They've got 25 other places they meet to do the business, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. But COVID certainly was a punch to the face of the human race, wasn't it? Certainly distracted a lot of people and created a lot of heroes. A lot of heroes. You're now oxytocin bonded to your hero of choice. Let us read this little thing I did. We'll talk about Avi Yemeni and Rebel News Media in 1 second. If you didn't know about Rebel Media and Ezra Levant and Avi Yemeni, Mr. Wax, I'm sure you probably know a little bit, and we'll go into that further. But what was I haven't got much to say about the World Economic Forum. I'm just pretty sure the most important thing to me will be that they will need a tactical nuke in Ukraine to really cover up the vaccines, COVID, and all the other shenanigans. I know that good old New Zealand Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, good riddance. Look, New Zealand's a weird place. Don't get me wrong. Not so much the New Zealand people, but New Zealand, I was in New Zealand for 3 months in their jail. They put asylum seekers in their maximum security Mount Eden jail. They don't put them on a community corrections order or hold them somewhere with a GPS tracker or sign a community corrections order and keep them somewhere in the community. No, they don't do that. They put them in a maximum security jail and hold them there. Whilst they would criticize Australia, New Zealand's weird. If you're not an Afghani, transgender, homosexual, persecuted by the Taliban, and you somehow afford $50,000 for your fake paperwork to get out of Afghanistan, fly to Malaysia, and then Malaysia to Australia or New Zealand, I mean, where do these people get $50,000? I got it straight from the horse's mouth. I was sitting there. All right, if you're not weird, all right, you don't get into New Zealand. If you're not a ultra billionaire whack job sexual deviant, you don't get into New Zealand. You don't get in there. It's weird. Not the New Zealand people, but who they let into that country. I mean, Helen Clark was a young commissar. These people, the old prime ministers, these people are hardcore commies, not in the classic goose-stepping sense you think of when you think of Stalin. Communists are very sophisticated, internationalist Trotskyite types now, young global leaders. We've got in our heads communism as this goose-stepping weird. No. This is something quite different. Something quite different. New Zealand is freaking weird. Weird. The World Economic Forum is dead. Now you're going to get, the emperor will give us sacrifices, give us a Klaus, who cares? But the actual system will go on. Have you ever noticed that people will go on about Klaus? And only recently we'll talk about little Whitney Webb's boyfriend, Johnny Vedmore, has discovered Heinz Kissinger. Now, we've been going on and on about Heinz Kissinger for years. Remember when everyone just talked George Soros nonstop? And we said, oh, Kissinger and Associates. Hello. They took over from Sullivan and Cromwell and the Dulles brothers. These are agents for the East India Trading Company, agents for the City of London. These are commies in $1,000 suits. Look how long it has taken for these people to discover Heinz Kissinger all over again. The World Economic Forum can be sacrificed all day. All right, they failed. Understand how it worked. Germany, Russia, China, German high technology, Russian raw resources, Chinese manufacturing, and Israel as the new administrative center as it's built up into the Federated States of Greater Israel, the multipolar world order, it's off, baby. They might have a different version of it. It's definitely not one yet, as you see Germany fighting back and refusing to send tanks, and there's a real recalcitrance building. Germany's very upset. The whole thing's off, but we'll see how it transpires. But watch these clowns. This is what I mean by setups. This is what I mean by plants. This is what I mean by crisis actors. This is what I mean by private intelligence operations run by, prime example, General Jim Jones, former head of NATO, Denology, Atlantic Council, Heinz Kissinger, Rupert Murdoch, Tucker Carlson, Alex Jones. Tucker Carlson puts the blurb on the back of Alex Jones's book. He's another manufactured hero. Where are they leading us? The Hunger Games. That's where they're leading us in the UN Smart Cities program. Wait for that. They're going to have to bring up a hero for that one too. Now let's read this. Let us read. Bombshell. Pfizer CEO confronted about COVID vax sudden deaths at Davos. Look, we've got Avi Yemeni, the IDF guy that likes shooting little kids on the occupied West Bank. Look at the perp walk. It's a perp walk. This is like the emperor tossing the peasants a bone, you know. The chow cheers, the blood flows. We've got our sacrifice. There's Avi Yemeni, local Australian Likud ho for hire, real name Avraham Shalom Wax. His brother actually is a hero, and I mean that quite seriously. His brother Manny Wax, who he disavowed because Manny Wax exposed all the sexual abuse within Chabad Lubavitch in 2012. I know, I was in jail. I got all the news articles. This is his scum brother. Manny Wax is a hero. Little Avi Yemeni here is a scumbag. He's front and center using his IDF super duper journo disguise, evades detection and corners his quarry. He has trained for it, shooting small rock-throwing children on the Oxford. Look at this idiot. Another Tommy Robinson standing on an IDF tank. Look at him. Oh, I'm on the Golan Heights. I might kill a few kids. Yay. He's also a huge fan of Chabad Lubavitch and loves to catch up with racially vilified sweet guy Stanley. This is a guy who put me in jail for 3 years.
One of the men victimised in the video says O'Connell has made his life hell and that the sentence is inadequate.
I wish it was going for longer. I've been harassed continuously for the last 18 months.
But the jail term's been welcomed by the Jewish community.
I think it was a victory for decency and against bigotry and prejudice. On future occasions, it could be Muslims or Asians or any group, and so we should all be happy about this result.
There was extra security in the courtroom for the sentencing. After being told he would serve 3 years in jail, O'Connell yelled out, "That's a holiday camp compared to Gaza."
Stanley Elliott Keyser, who celebrated getting me jailed for 3 years, both are huge Chabad fans, the most racist lunatics of them all. Imagine the irony. I want you to imagine this, ladies and gentlemen. There he is. Avi Yemeni with Stanley Elliott Keyser. I've been racially vilified. But I belong to the literal neo-Nazi party of Israel, Chabad Lubavitch, which is also doubles as a Russian intelligence front. There they are. Anyway, I had no idea Pfizer was killing us with dodgy vaccines. Someone mentioned COVID. What's that? This is sarcasm, by the way. These guys are really breaking serious ground. I feel oxytocin bonded to them. I am dazzled by this completely unscripted, prearranged perp walk. These are true heroes who save us from COVID and even evil, cackling Hollywood supervillains. Let's just watch this in case you haven't watched it. We'll just watch a small segment. Good old Alex Jones. They're all linked, all of them all linked.
Dropping dead of heart attacks every day. How much money have you personally made off the vaccine? Who did you meet with here in secret? Why won't you answer these basic questions? I'm worried that they're going to try and block this video.
Watch Alex Jones. He won't mention Avi Yemeni's name. Watch this.
The performance was enchanting, completely captivating on so many different levels.
From the beginning to the end, just hypnotizing.
I feel better about the world. I feel uplifted. It touches you. It really does. Every American needs to see it.
Thank you very much to the director and whoever created it.
Is just amazing. I don't even know what astounding. I don't know another word to describe it.
In due parole, divino.
And the expertise of the dancers was really, really strong.
The men, when they jump,
They just popped right off the stage.
So athletic and so flexible.
The ladies, how they moved was just, they were just floating on air, and that was really special to see.
Everyone moves as one person, and I thought they executed that wonderfully. It was just gorgeous.
And then the orchestra, it kept you in the show.
And just to hear all of the Chinese instruments meshing so beautifully with the Western instruments, it was so magical.
To know that it was live music was really fantastic.
The colors are so spectacular.
The saturation of colors that contrast each other and the backgrounds are made to sort of amplify that. It makes you feel good just to see the image of it all unfold.
The animation is fantastic. The screens and how the characters are animated come down and then all of a sudden they pop out.
It sort of transformed it into this whole other plane.
The music and the dance and just being able to see everything, but the stories behind it and how they develop it without saying anything is just amazing.
What you're seeing in Shenyun is an educational experience. You get to learn a little bit about Mandarin. You get to learn a little bit about ethnicity, a little bit about culture.
We're learning so much and being entertained all at the same time.
You think you're just seeing movement and grace, but you're actually getting a message that's stronger about how to live and how to be on this planet. And it's not that complicated, right? To be kind, to be generous, to be compassionate.
Shenyun is trying to reestablish a brilliant, brilliant heritage of 5,000 years of culture, dance, music, and costume. This is the real China, and it's being suppressed.
This is something that is to make people spiritual and to be the best possible versions of themselves and live in this enlightened way. And you're persecuted for that. And that was one of the things that really hit me from the performance.
It's bringing the heart of true China to the public. It was beautiful.
It's just beautiful. And you go away feeling with a smile in your heart from it.
As somebody who's worked with major artists, like I said, who's watched months and months of rehearsal come to fruition on stage, their execution has been perfect. Absolutely outstanding.
It's incredible. You cannot describe that in words. You have to see it.
Totally supported.
We didn't want to miss this. Have to come. Life-changing.
Come see it.
Make sure you see it. Make sure you see it.
It's a must-see show.
It's a must-see. Must-see.
Multiple times.
Everyone should see this. We need this in our lives.
Do not buy generic Viagra anywhere until you hear what happened when I signed up for an online program offering generic Viagra for 87 cents. Just so you understand, generic Viagra for 87 cents is insane. Generic Viagra usually costs $45 per tablet at CVS and $46 per tablet at Walgreens. This is from CVS. 9 tablets, 100 milligrams cost me $407. And look at this, 9 tablets from Walgreens, $417. This program lets you get the same tablets for just 87 cents each. That's why it's so crazy. At first, I just flat out didn't believe it. How could they be giving out official generic Viagra for less than $1 while CVS is charging 50 times as much? Let me explain how it works. The program is called Friday Plans, and you don't even need a previous prescription to sign up. They give you a free prescription online. All you have to do is go to their website, answer some basic medical questions. I'm not sure if you can see this, but look here. The questions are very simple. Can you walk 2 blocks or climb 2 flights of stairs? Yes. Do you have any of the following? No. Once you finish, a doctor reviews your answers and prescribes you if appropriate. In a few days, they ship you this plain white package. Nobody can tell what's inside from the look of it, but what's inside is pretty cool. The tablets come packaged in single-use packages, so you can easily tear one off and slip it into your wallet for whenever you need it. Here's the best part. Look at the symbols. 9 tablets for 87 cents each. That's $7.91 for the tablets. With taxes and fees, it's a total of $14.50 versus $407 from CVS. Since Friday Plans is using telemedicine to get you prescribed and shipping all the orders from a central fill pharmacy, they are able to offer a much lower price than retail pharmacies. similar to how Amazon is able to offer lower prices for everything than most retail stores. Honestly, I'm blown away. It is not just the price. I did not expect it to be so easy to get generic Viagra online. If you have ED, you should definitely check out Friday Plans. Click the button below to learn more and see if you qualify. It takes you 2 minutes. It's all online and you don't need insurance or a previous prescription. As of right now, they give you a prescription for free when you sign up, as well as $10 off and free shipping. So I would strongly encourage you to click the button below while they're still giving out this special offer. Things this good usually don't last very long. Click the button below to learn more about Friday Plans and see if you qualify. If you are worried whether Friday Plans is legit or not, don't be. Friday Plans is a licensed online pharmacy. They have all the certifications linked on their website, and the tablets they send you are generic Viagra made by an FDA-approved manufacturer. The doctors writing the prescriptions are fully licensed and verified, and all the info you give them during your questionnaire is protected under HIPAA, so it can't be shared without your permission. They even have a 60-day money-back guarantee. So if the generic Viagra doesn't work for you or you just don't like it for some reason, you get a full refund. No questions asked. Don't wait. Get your supply today. Click the button below to get started.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're about to see a hole-in-one event. This is the equivalent of a hole-in-one by the journalist from Rebel Media, Ezra Levant, and one of his other reporters. This is incredible. This is perfectly done. They bring up all the key points. He wrote.
Oh, yeah, it's perfectly done, ladies and gentlemen. Perfectly done. Watch carefully.
Runs off like a scared coward. It is insane. It is the CEO of Pfizer.
Just bumped into him in, one of these higher security settings in Davos, extreme high security setting, but these guys just snuck past. They're so good. Must have had some assistance, maybe. I don't know.
Albert Bourla, who got secret agreements with governments to indemnify them from any vaccine damage that came from their experimental shot, knowing full well they could then use that information to blackmail and control government because they signed on to it. And they destroy him. He is confronted for about 5 minutes of the 6-minute clip, and he scurries behind the security line, the 5,000 troops protecting these criminals. This is the essence of victory. This is so incredible. And I am just honored to know Ezra Levant.
Honored.
And his other reporters with the work they're doing. Rebel
He won't say over you, many.
Media is just incredible. So it's so important to support them, also Infowars as well, because this is important stuff. Here is.
Do you ever think it's really funny that that picture of General Jim Jones there with that Heinz Kissinger and Rupert Murdoch are literally best friends for decades, and Heinz Kissinger's was literally the mentor for Klaus Schwab. Do you not see any strange linkages? Tucker Carlson, Rupert Murdoch, Heinz Kissinger, Joe Rogan, Alex Jones. Are you seeing, Whitney Webb's on there with them? Whitney Webb's on good old Jimmy Goldsmith's associate via Jemima Khan, who used to be married to Imran Khan, the Prime Minister of Pakistan. Good best friends and a half sister of Princess Diana. Close associates of the Rothschilds, and you see all of these linkages, and they have so much trouble saying Israel, these people, don't they? They're not going to tell you about a Telpiot program or a Unit 8200. Sure, so they're not going to mention my name, someone who got it into a court cases back in 2009, 2010, who introduced the whole damn subject, dragged it out of the darkness. You got to see these connections. So something tells me this is just a sacrificial lamb. Something tells me that they're just giving the public what they want. But I promise you this. Remember the Kennedy assassination? Nobody went to jail. Do you remember 9/11? Do you remember that? Christopher Bolin gave us all the names, including the Israeli company that made the thermate, not thermite, thermate, that made the support structure into molten lava. Christopher Bolin, do you remember who that is even? Do you remember 9/11? No, remember? Anyone go to jail? No? Do you think anyone's going to go to jail for COVID? We're getting ready to arrest everyone. Have you heard this Q-tard bullshit before? Here's the carry-on as it goes on. They're gave you a little perp work. Do you feel good? Don't forget to like and subscribe.
What's up, y'all? I'm the last man on earth. Shit's all fucked up. Don't forget to like and subscribe. We out here.
I am the perfect human specimen. Everywhere. Oh, yeah.
Ah!
Give all your money to Alex Jones and Joe Rogan as they secede the United States, as they break up the United States into that Hunger Games profile. Oligarchical system, UN smart cities, 15-minute show. We've talked about it for how many years now? They just caught on. Everyone's talking about UN smart cities now in the 15-minute city. I mean, it's like amazing. Like, you know, you begin to see how it slowly breaks out. Now they're talking communitarian law. We said this would happen, but no one will mention Kay Griggs. No one will mention Bill Cooper. No one will mention Nikki Rapana and Friederike Nordic, a daughter who wrote all the communitarian stuff, Agenda 2020, Agenda 2030, and all the communitarian law. They're sure as hell not going to mention an associate of Heinz Kissinger, another German Jewish exile, Amitai Etzioni, aka Werner Falk, the homeboy, the poster boy for communitarian law out of George Washington University. How many times have we spoken about him? Nikki Rapana, they went after her when she exposed him. Israeli military intelligence. Now watch them pick up on this information years later that we have pushed, and we've been ostracized, we've been pushed to the side, we've been called mentally ill, where they never cross-promote with us. They will hang out with literally anyone. There's never any repercussions for them, and they just keep getting bigger and bigger, cross-promoted and cross-promoted. And somehow we have to convince you that if you don't get off this drug of hopium, where these people never, ever push you to engage in politics, do you seriously think that just by sharing links and clapping your internet alt media star of choice? Whitney Webb got up. She actually said she's got a home, she's got her solar panels, you know, and she's just going to sit it out. She's ready. Ready for what? She's going to hang out with the Ice Age farmer. When I went after the Ice Age farmer, I said, hey, morons, you're getting conned. It's like Timothy Leary, you know, tune in, drop out, take drugs. Tune out, man. Don't engage in the system. Drop out. Maybe attend a protest, but never engage in politics. That's for the adults. That's for others. Do you understand how this system works? It is to get the public to disengage from the system. And Whitney Webb's going to sit it out with the dog and the chickens and her organic eggs with the Ice Age farmer, smoking pot and selling pot to each other. No, the robots are coming. The semi-autonomous kill vehicles are coming. The fully autonomous surveillance vehicles are coming. No one gets out of the UN smart city system. Nobody. And do you seriously think someone like a Whitney Webb or James Corbett, that fraud who's been running around, how do these frauds have not been called out for the last 10, 15 years? It's outrageous. James Corbett went in 2007 at the height of Christopher Bolin's investigations and wanted to indict George W. Bush for 9/11. Are you kidding me? And people believe that shit for brains? That little fraud? James Corbett making $4,000 to $6,000 a week. He's never offered a solution. There's not a conference he won't go to haul more money out of people. He's never told you to engage in politics. He said, maybe engage in local politics. He's never put any money up. He's never paid for graphics designers. He's never paid for flyers and tried to organize, except with his silly little friends. They're anarcho-syndicalists, Julian Assange fanboys and fangirls that are telling you not to engage with the US military, not to engage with policing, not to engage with the FBI, not to engage with the CIA. If you will not engage with these PowerPoints, you will go nowhere. You will be rounded up and put into a UN smart city. But that's the plan. You just sit there in your little alt media ghetto, patting each other on the back and kissing and go, oh, we're in our little ghetto with our little friends and we can hug each other on the deck of the Titanic as the ship goes down. You seriously mean to say that you actually believe that these people are for real? We have done nothing but beg and plead people to move forward, to organize together at the local grassroots level. We've shown how we've been engaging with policing and military. We go nowhere. We've showed you video 8 with American Jewish activist Jeremy Roth Kushel and his idiot sidekick, Greg McCarran, Get out and confront every Democrat presidential hopeful, from Cory Booker to Tulsi Gabbard to what's his name? Bernie Sanders. It's incredible. Video 8. It's got 7,000 views. They got 30,000 views in 5 days before my account was deleted. Look at that street activism. None of these people will link to me. Whitney Webb calls me mentally ill with her friends. James Corbett on a Substack with their other friends. And people have said, hey, what about this guy, Brendan O'Connell? That guy's mentally ill. We don't talk about him. You wonder why? Look at the work we've been doing all these decades. I gave you the Telpiot program. I got it into court paperwork, into high court synopsises 10 years ago. None of these people will mention my name, ever. I've been worked with government analysts in Iran, and I left a luxury lifestyle when I realized they were full of crap. I kept trying to get them to talk about Israel. They just wanted to go after Saudi. Why? Because Iran's job with their German intelligence crew that run the place with German euros were pushing into Israel. Why? Pushing into Arab lands to scare the Saudis and the UAE into the arms of Israel. That's why. Look at Zarif, the foreign minister. I was staying with friends of his. Zarif and Rouhani. Rouhani did 6 years in a Scottish university studying his Sharia law PhD. Well, I mean, why wouldn't you study in Scotland for your PhD in Sharia law?
Keep It Quilted means you keep it the best. 3 layers of plush comfort you can see and feel. Keep It Quilted keeps a mood and puts your comfort above all else. Keep It Quilted because the best parts of your life deserve the best. They're here. So don't settle for anything less. Keep It Quilted with Quilted Northern.
You know he's hanging with Jack Straw and Lord Levi. You know that's literally one step down from Lord Jacob Rothschild himself. And you don't think Whitney Webb's related to all that with her super multi-millionaire father, Richard Webb IV, who probably launders drug money for a Iran-Contra type group while she runs around and gives you 30-year-old information, and she's lauded as a superhero? She got all her information off us and gave you literally a quarter of it. Never mentions Vladimir Putin or Xi Jinping, the Belt and Road, everything we have given you about the union of Germany, Russia, China, and Israel. The rule the pan-Eurasian superstate. Would not mention Putin's name. Pandered to Putin. Her and the last American vagabond, James Corbett. And they're still defending China. It's outrageous, and people can't see through it. Because this is the cross-promotion bandwagon. People love a popular circus, and they're going to get one. But they will die over time. The stampeding herd will settle, and they will wake up. I hope it's not too late. You got to see through the Alex Jones of the world. These people are owned. They're owned. I've been around 20 years. Alex Jones knows who I am. Joe Rogan knows who I am. I've met with high-level intelligence officials. I'm hanging out with friends of the foreign minister of Iran. I'm doing interviews with Al Mayadeen, the same Lebanese TV channel that talks to Hassan Nasrallah of Hezbollah.
من العاصمة الماليزية كوالالمبور, Brendan O'Connell, Australian writer and former political prisoner, joining us today from Kuala Lumpur, Central City, Malaysia. Welcome to Min Al-Dakhil from the inside, Brandon. Now, allow me to ask you, Brandon, something very important and technical here. I would like you to tell us about how Israel rules everything and dominates cybersecurity and the high technology sector via something called the Telpiot program. What is this program, and how dangerous is it?
We're hanging around in Beirut. We were going to meet with the former Minister of Defense with Saudi National Sufyan.
Hi, internet friends. Can you guess where I am? I'm not in Kansas anymore. Behind me is the mosque in Beirut. Mohammed Al-Amin. Hope I got that right. I've already had several meetings with media here, university professors here. Very exciting. Hopefully we can move fast to get the narrative we know that matters out there. You know the narrative I'm talking about, while they're being very receptive. And dare I say, there could even be a job for me here. I'm waiting for the Hellfire missile to land on my head. So anyway, greetings from Beirut, Lebanon. The magical cedars of Lebanon. I'm in the general area where it all started. The Israelites, Jews, Christians, and Muslims, it all started here. And let's see where we can take it from here. It's internet's patchy, so I can't be too long and I can't say too much. But We'll talk again soon.
You've never heard my name. They will not mention my name. These people work. They work for the people, City of London. Whitney Webb and that crew work for the City of London via Kissinger and Associates and the cross-promoting network. She's been on Alex Jones. She's been given shout-outs on Joe Rogan by Tim Dillon.
That within the next 200 years, we're going to a very serious deep ice age. I think Alex's point is that in all of these things, they're legitimate things. You know, COVID has, they're real things. People are getting sick. Global warming, you know, to an extent, I'm sure is happening. Of course it's happening. But then there are also nefarious characters that want to use that to take away your freedom. There are people that don't want you owning a car. There's all these legacy systems. Whitney Webb is a journalist who came on my show, said,
that doesn't happen. Ever. You have to go through the producers and get permission. How do I know that? Because my friend Roger Reeves, former top Medellin drug transporter for Pablo Escobar and Jorge Ochoa, I met him in jail. I got his book published.
Within their own moral system and their own set of rules, why weren't people crossing the line and shaving off the top and injecting chaos into the system to where it would be unpredictable and people would be dishonest and greedy and all those kinds of things?
That's true. Most people are, but there's certain people at the top of the food chain that they don't need that.
He's on Lex Friedman. Lex Friedman loved Roger, said, I will get you on Joe's show. And twice he shouted out and said, hey, you really need to have Roger Reeves on. He won't have Roger Reeves on because he knows, Joe Rogan knows that I know Roger Reeves. I speak to Roger all the time. It's going to have a Netflix movie series. You know who's starring in it? You know who? The guy out of Kingsman. That's who.
You should see where he put us at.
You got your whiskey, be happy.
The key to understanding the City of London connections, the key is Kissinger and Associates. That's the key. General Jim Jones, Denology, Rupert Murdoch, Fox News, Tucker Carlson, right and left. It's owned by the same East India Trading Company with the fake right-left dialectic. The woke issues are fake. They're funding them through the foundation system. Okay? Norman Dodd. It's the foundation system and the think tanks. That's how they get foreign money into the United States via the foundation. Look at George Kaiser, linking Israel and Tulsa, Oklahoma, bringing in the Unit 8200 people to put all the backdoors in the high technology in America. That's just one example. We have done video after video for the last 5 years. We have been vilified. We have been ignored. We've been called mentally ill. Have a look at my videos. Do you think I'm mentally ill? These people will not mention my name. And when Whitney Webb was brought on, I was to be removed. I was to be taken off to the W Hotel wet deck in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, and I was to hang out with consular officials and oil and gas executives. We were talking with Fred Smith, tapped twice, Secretary of Defense, best friend of George W. Bush, founder of FedEx, his nephew, Joseph Davies, for a year. Did anybody tell you about that? Everybody knew. Ryan Dawson knew. Jeremy Rothschild knew. Greg McCarran knew. Adam Green knew. Anybody tell you? That guy's tapped twice the highest level intel asset in America. FedEx. Fred Smith. I got private photos of Joseph with his kids with his uncle. You don't think his uncle didn't give permission for that photo? I got photos of Joseph with his kids playing on his bed, sending me tweets when he was at the premiere of Sicario 2 with Josh Brolin. That's Molly Smith. That's Fred Smith's daughter. They're cousins. This is the level this is operating at. And shall I mention Pentagon Gal? Do you understand you have never heard my name, many of you? Do you get it? You know what's invited out with the former Prime Minister of Australia, Tony Abbott, his crew? Here's a picture of him with none other than Rupert Murdoch and Heinz Kissinger. And you know who his best friends are in Western Australia? Colonel James McMahon, Special Air Service retired, high-level intel asset, and Minister Joe Francis, who I spoke to in 2014, December, for 30 minutes. And he assured me I would be having beers with that crew, and probably Peter Schack, a Liberal Party power broker. Do you understand the level this is operating at? Do you seriously think you wander over to Iran and hang out with friends of the Foreign Minister Zarif?
I've forgotten what I was going to say. Yeah, I never get sick of those mountains, ever. So now cafe and last coffee. And it's pretty sad, but whatever. God's will.
Ah.
Mohammed, wow, my goodness. Ah, what the hell? Because you're an idiot and mentally ill. I left because they were lying. I left because the lawyer, David T. Lashkari, was rubbing my back. Oh, you're so stressed, Brendan. The guy was drugged off his head, literally drugged on methamphetamine and heroin. I said, I'm getting out of here. Mr. Parsipur, I sent him Google Translate messages. He said, I'm sorry. And we're really sad to see you go. They were great. Persian Gulf Study Center, Mr. Parsipur, fantastic people. I said, I have to get out of here.
On most vacations, you take a trip. But in Israel, you'll take a journey you'll never forget. Here you'll experience things so extraordinary, from the inspired to the inspiring, the humble to the truly humbling, where people come to learn, laugh, connect, in a country with thousands of years of recommendations. What you see, touch, and feel in Israel, you'll never experience anywhere else. Begin your journey to Israel now.
He was so sad, and so was I. Freaking cried. I was in Iran. And do you seriously think a serious investigative journalist out for the truth would ignore the case of Brendan Lee O'Connell, the biggest hate speech trial in history, with Rabbi David Frelich on the stand, the first time in history? An Orthodox rabbi has been cross-examined on the stand in history. Investigative journalist, anyone? Professor of Jewish Civilization Studies, Andrew Marcus? The revisionist movement? No one will mention my name. No one will ask for my court documents. No one will push me anywhere. Do you think that's an accident? Patrick Berge explained. General Jim Jones, Denology, ClearForce, interactive internet activities. And when I complained about the fact you can't get anywhere, he said, Brendan, we don't spend billions of dollars so you can get your message out. We can put you in an echo chamber. We don't have to kill you. We just put you in an echo chamber. We give you the universal basic income via Patreon or various other methods. And you just sit there spinning your wheels like I am right now. And if sometime in the future, when the data analytics show and the AI machine learning that I may be useful to push an agenda, they will push me in that direction, and they will push me in that direction, that way and this way, and cross-promote me with certain people. They'll lift me up or they'll push me down, and they'll do it for all the other people in the stage show, the East India Trading Company stage show. But that doesn't mean we're surrounded by enemies. That doesn't mean that. It just means we're not allowed out yet, because they're getting their agenda going. But I put to you, if you don't start seriously understanding counterintelligence, if you don't seriously start understanding how intelligence works, that they have unlimited resources to push and contain people very easily. The reason they can contain me is because I can't do anything. I've got 3 warrants for my arrest. I'm in a foreign country. I don't speak the language. And it's up to me now to get my political asylum case happening. Then I can get rid of the 3 warrants. And then I'm going to apply for a tourist visa to the United States. I'm at least going to go to Mexico City, to the US State Department, which is the embassy. And I'm going to go in and I'm going to give them all my paperwork. I'm also giving a Spanish language translation of my very good UN refugee document below. You really need to look at it. It's linked below. And we'll see what happens. And I'll make a video. I can't take a camera inside. I can't take anything with me, but I'll have people on the outside. I'm going to make sure I stick around so this issue gets out there, but also for my own self-preservation. I am 52 years old. I've lost everything. I have been beaten and I've been jailed for years, exposing Israeli espionage and high technology. And people have never heard my name. I have never been cross-promoted. Look at the quality of the videos we produce, the activism on the street we showed, and no one will link to us. Do you think that's an accident? Do I look and sound mentally ill? Are my videos the production of a mentally ill man? I've been vilified nonstop. They've tried to associate me with neo-Nazis, white nationalists, that moron Adam Green, over and over and over again, and you don't get it. When people sit there and tell you what you want to hear just enough so you get on the bait, get on the line, and you stay on the line, but it never takes you into the political arena where this has to go. We're going to do that. In fact, we're doing it right now, slowly but surely. We've tried before and been fooled. Why do you think I get courted by General Flynn and the Defense Intelligence Agency? Do you know I'm courted by those people? Do you have the faintest idea at the level my case is operating at? You've never heard of me, ever. These people are under strict instructions. Do you want me to show you former Congresswoman Cynthia McKinney? who's hanging out with Robert David Steele, that fraud, a former high-level NATO Marine psychological warfare training officer, whose daughter, Beth Ann Steele, is the PR person at the FBI, and Cynthia McKinney hangs around with him, and she's writing me saying, you have a body of work to be proud of. She never will mention my name. Does it not tell you something? You have a body of work to be proud of. A body of work so wonderful, she will not mention my name. This is the intelligence espionage case of history, and I own it. And that's not grandiosity. I own it. And you bet they've got their replacements sitting in there, because I won't shut up, ever. You really need to start waking up to counterintelligence operations. You've got all this information, Shadowgate information, Patrick Berge information, over and over again. Do you think these people leave anything to chance? The linkage is Heinz, Kissinger, Kissinger and Associates, Atlantic Council, think tank, foundation systems. You don't think they're paying Whitney Webb, James Corbett, the last American vagabond, Ryan Christian, who looks like he's just back from a satanic Anton LaVey meeting? I've heard some weird things about James Corbett. I heard he was a researcher for the US State Department, and so was Ron Dawson. That guy makes $4,000 to $6,000 a week on crap. And they hate Christians with a passion. She doesn't bat an eye. Little Whitney doesn't bat an eye. And Johnny Vedmore, I've heard, is from a long line of families, multi-generational, anti-nuclear campaigners. Any ideas why they're so popular, why they love Putin so much, why they love China so much? Any ideas? They're commies. That's why they're sitting down there in Chile, which is KGB, SVU, GRU paradise down there in Chile. What do you think? The KGB assets, the SVU assets come to you with a trench coat and a hat going, come here, gun to head. You know you work for the KGB. They're cool, hip-hop happening people. They're your friends, and they handle you. They send women, they send men. They're communists in $1,000 suits. They are their boss. And you don't get it. It's too much fantasy. It's too much Hollywood for you. They don't leave things to chance, people. And the link is Kissinger and Associates. And we've been pushing him for years. And suddenly they've all discovered Heinz after, George Soros. Soros is a nothing. He's a decoy put up. He's the left hand. Kissinger's the right hand of the game, the dialectic. They're running everybody, right, left, right. There is only one, the East India Trading Company, the City of London, the EU, UK banking cartel. It's got nothing to do with Europe and Germans and French and the Brits. It's nothing to do with the ordinary people, the soldiers, the colonels, MI6, MI5. They've just got their people planted in the system. It's a private intelligence network. It's the East India Trading Company, private intelligence network. They made a Hollywood movie about it. It's called Captain America, the Winter Soldier. The whole conspiracy is in that movie, Hail Hydra. You say, what does Whitney Webb say all the time with her friends? The CIA, America bad. It's not the CIA. It's not America. It's the East India Trading Company. It's the City of London. It's their private intelligence network. It's Jewish power. It's the political Zionist movement. Right through the system. It's not even the KGB. It's not even the Mossad. They have multiple factions throughout them. It's the East India Trading Company, private corporation. It's a private family business of 12 to 13 elite families based in the UK and Europe, with one common love for the Federated States of Greater Israel, where the Federated States of mankind, as prophesied in the book of Isaiah, will take place, as David Ben Gurion would say. This is the conspiracy. And you mean to say none of these clowns will tell you it? That none of these clowns will give you that big picture item? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very angry. I've got to pause now, and we're going to move on to a couple more subjects before I lose the plot. We need to turn to technology. It's coming out big time now. Pat Gelsinger, head of Intel Corporation, is promising massive investment in chip technology. We told you about this for years. Kissinger and Associates, as they moved American manufacturing and high technology to China, were going to hand over Taiwan Semiconductor directly to the Chinese Communist Party. That was the deal of the multipolar world order. The deal was done, and now the deal is off. It's off. How do you accidentally put the world's most advanced chip-making facility 100 miles from China? What an accident. Why did they deindustrialize and remove the high technology sector from America? Why? Because you are infiltrated with commies. That's why. The commies in $1,000 suits. And when you understand what the internet heroes don't talk about, it's not an accident. They didn't miss it. They've got hundreds of thousands of groupies. They've got hundreds of, very influential people who know how to research. They know how to have Google alerts, but they can't tell you this stuff. They can't tell you the narrative we've been telling you for 5 years solid, since 2017 when I first got back from Kuala Lumpur, when I worked out, oh my God, they're all the same. They're all meeting at Davos. They're all meeting at Bilderberger. They're all meeting at Chatham House. They're all the freaking same. They're just actors in the East India Trading Company designed for one thing, to control local populations and shake a fist at the appropriate enemy. That's what they are. So Intel Cairns Luxury R&D Center, if you didn't know, ladies and gentlemen, Intel Corporation, the former chip leader, is in dire trouble. When they started sending all their R&D to Israel, I mean, who would possibly do that? Why would you send your most important, sensitive research and development, the highest end chips? Why would you send it to Israel? And in 2018, it all came out. Brian Kachanik, as he handed billions and billions and billions of dollars to Israel, it came out that there was flaws in the design of their 10 nanometer process, and they fell further and further and further behind. This was a leader. So what happened? I'll tell you what happened. I'll tell you what happened. Israel was filling the designs with backdoors. And that's why you had all the trouble with Spectre and Mount Dawn. They weren't flaws. They were design weaknesses, backdoors. That's what they were. There's ARC processors, tiny little processors, as Christopher Domas told us, tiny little processors within the main processors. And AMD has their own problems too, but nothing like Intel. Nothing like Intel. And I put you to the disaster that has been unfolding with Intel is less to do with incompetence and more to do with industrial espionage. And I believe this article, like this, Intel Cairns Luxury R&D Center promises parking lot instead, is just the beginning of a withdrawal from Israel. They won't withdraw completely, and nor should they. Nor should they. Israel is a major, major geostrategic hub. And in fact, the United States needs to occupy Palestine and push Russia completely out of the region, including completely out of Syria. And I believe that's exactly what's going to happen. There's going to be a 10-year war, ladies and gentlemen, a hardcore 10-year war. Russia and China are going to be completely contained, and I hope broken up. I hope they are broken up, and the people within those countries can be free to elect their own moron leaders. People are going to have to grow up. People are going to have freedom, and they're going to have to be conned by the same interactive internet activities as we are in our pretend two-party systems throughout the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a time for freedom. It's the age of Aquarius, baby, and Pluto's in Aquarius. It's not going to be an easy ride. But high technology and cyber is the real domain of power, and you need to watch my must-watch playlist. If you will watch that playlist, you will come away amazed. There's so many email me, oh my God, I can't believe it. Why haven't they told me this stuff? And you will understand what has been going on. You will understand. You'll understand who Elon Musk is, that fraud. I tell you what, Elon Musk is going down. He is going down. Tesla's going to go down. It's going to go down further. He is so protected. He's such a fraud, brought out of South Africa by Dr. Steve Pachenik and, of course, Dr. Heinz Kissinger. All frauds, nothing but technology transfers. But there's something going on. There's definitely something going on. There's a lot of back and forth. There's a lot of jockeying for positions right now. Very much so. There's a lot of fighting. There's a huge amount of infighting going on. A huge, huge amount. Let's move on. Let's go to a different camera angle. Let's talk Peter Zion. I found this guy 3 weeks ago. Thank you for the links, and thank you to everybody who links to me, my patrons included. I need your links. It helps me keep up with things. I'm pretty tired and a bit exhausted. I'm getting better, but I need to keep up with things, and thank you for keeping me informed. I really rely on you. I thank you to Work. You know who you are. People who put money in my account, Stephen L. and others, George, and so on and so forth. Much appreciated, as always. Most of my videos are on my Patreon, and a lot of videos are made there privately, and I won't ever put them up on YouTube. I've only introduced to him 3 weeks ago. Thank you for those links very much. This guy is spot on. He's coming very close to describing the multipolar world order. You should watch his channel. There's a lot of people impersonating. The guy is basically saying, as I've said in videos like video 4 about Israel, the multipolar world order over 2 years ago, where I said they must shift the supply chain back into Mexico, Central and South America, and they are doing exactly that. Peter Zion is going to give you a very positive message about the next 10 years in the United States. As even myself with no geopolitical training could obviously see. It's not hard. But Peter Zion will give you a lot of positive input. I don't agree with everything. His big picture is crap, but he's given you a lot of tactical details and he's going to make you think. He's quite the dandy. He's a gay. He's the only gay in the village. But he's good. And I quite, a lot of people don't like his style. I can see why, but I quite enjoy his style and presentation. But he's going to give you a very positive spin on the future between US, Mexico, and Canada. Of course, what's happening now? Now you're seeing the formation of NAFTA, aren't you? And this has major repercussions with what's going on, major. And you're sailing very close to that multipolar world order and, of course, the breakup of the United States. And that can be kind of put into perspective like that. This, 13 districts explained, the Hunger Games. Thank you for the links, people. Imagine I've said over and over about the UN Smart Cities program. They're going to go back to princes, oligarchs, city-states. I mean, they even have it on that the Kyiv Smart City program, the Kyiv city-state. That's what they're going. They are doing exactly this. And Israel is front and center in the technology and the backdooring for this. They're wiring it all up and backdooring. Why? AI, machine learning. You've got a very small group of people that want to control the planet. Well, how do you get everyone to go along with you? You've got to put fake stories out, fake narratives, and then you've got to lock them up in a UN smart city, and you've got to get a lot of semi-autonomous kill vehicles and fully autonomous drone technology and robot technology. And they're hoping to keep you busy with these tactical nuke stories, which will probably happen. COVID, vaccine, all of this stuff that's going on, war, rumors of war, 9/11, God knows, alien space monkey invasions, asteroid collisions, killer bees, super volcanoes. Got to keep everyone busy in that news cycle until they can put their system in place. They are way behind and they are in deep, 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 deep trouble. Deep trouble. The trouble is COVID has created many, many heroes now, heroes and villains. And I'm going to put the picture up again. General Jim Jones, Atlantic Council, Rupert Murdoch, Heinz Kissinger. This is not a left-right thing. They own everybody. The left is a lunatic. It's made that way. The foundation system is promoting morons and lunatics to put you into the arms of the right in the dialectic. Put you in the arms of Heinz Kissinger and Rupert Murdoch, a ruthless globalist multi-billionaire, and Tucker Carlson thinks he's the alt media. Seriously. They're trying to secede parts of the United States and break it up as they try to do, to put you in the hands of the crown corporate. You'll be on the commons in the oligarchical princes and barons that will run the smart cities. Milo Yiannopoulos, crown corporate rent boy, explained it all on Tim Pool. Remember this? He just laid it out. He just told you to your face. We're coming back, baby. King Charles, and although I think King Charles and Lord Jacob are having a huge fight, they're coming for you though, America. They're trying to finish the job. And Alex Jones has called openly, repeatedly with Owen Schroyer for secession. He even said to open the border. Why not, he said. They're getting ready for that North American free trade agreement. You could have a free trade agreement without opening your borders, but that's what they're doing, creating larger and larger and larger groups with common legislation to bind everyone together and build the smart cities, lock people up with technology. Alex Jones isn't going to tell you about smart cities and 5G technology. He told you high frequency 5G was going to fry your eyeballs. He lied through his teeth. 5G is not going to kill you. Do you know how dangerous 4G is and your home wireless? That has proven physiological effects. 4G towers are proven cancer clusters, but you still use that freaking phone. You've still got that phone glued to your forehead. You're still using that phone and sitting by the home wireless night and day. That stuff has proven effects. God knows what it'll do long term. And sub 6 gigahertz 5G is a problem. That's 3.5 gigahertz. 4G is 2.1 and home wireless is 2.4 gigahertz. High frequency 5G is harmless. It's harmless. It can't penetrate a piece of paper. People are lying to you. The dangers of the high frequency 5G is it's going to map all the objects in the smart city, every single object, every single second of the day, and combine it with the metaverse. I'm telling you right now, Zuckerberg and Facebook and the metaverse may be having problems, but they're not going away. They're going to mimic the outside world into VR headsets and lock us all up inside. That's what they're doing. And that high frequency 5G can track a pencil-sized object in real time at all times. Tesla's self-driving vehicles are crap. They're not going to be approved ever. He's going to go out of business very soon. He's a lunatic moron. He's a fake. Tesla's doomed. SpaceX, they're going to put a colony on Mars. Are you kidding me? It's garbage. All right, maybe in 100, 200 years, when we get the technology, there's a possibility that will happen. And I believe it will happen. But he's going to put one by 2029. Are you kidding me? It's ludicrous. It's a lie. It's a self-evident lie. But he's being protected by the mainstream media. It's outrageous. Why? Keeping everyone busy with these bullshit stories. Tesla. The only way self-driving vehicles work is when you're in an enclosed system with sensors in the road, and every other vehicle is a self-driving vehicle linked in with the high-frequency 5G network, and every car's location is known every single millisecond of every single day. And that 5G network, that high frequency, super fast. Like, you cannot believe how fast it is. But it's line of sight. It's got a 15-foot range on your apartment, 5G. It's going to be built into the walls. You won't be able to turn it off. It can track you. It can map your face. 60 gigahertz can map and recognize your face with millimeter waves. Okay? A piece of paper will block the signal. It's not going to burn up the oxygen in your apartment. It's garbage. I was panicked over 5G in 2017 because I'm so sensitive to EMF. And within 2 hours, I went, this is crap. The millimeter wave effects you're reading about aren't from 5G. That's 4G, 3G, and 2G. It has proven physiological effects. Blood pressure, memory formation, it fries your brain. It's not good. High frequency can't penetrate a piece of paper, but it can map your location at all times. You're going to map you in the toilet. It's going to map you in the shower. All your Internet of Things devices in your little apartment, your little closet apartment, are going to be listening to you and tracking you every second of every day. When you walk outside, you will be tracked every second of every day. Self-driving bus, self-driving vehicles, tracked every second of every day. You're going to be wearing a watch. You're going to have nanotech. It's going to be measuring blood pressure, blood glucose. Why? To feed the AI machine learning monster. That's why. And at the deepest levels, there's a problem right now. I'm telling you now, there's a huge problem. But at the deepest level, they were all working together, and they wanted to break the planet up into 4 major sections, set them off against each other, get a Cold War 2.0, justify taxpayer expenditure on robots and drones. And then when they're ready, they're going to meet in 2030 or 2050 and turn the drones and the robots on us. That's what they were doing. Okay, that's the plot. And if any of your alt media whore stars who are cross-promoted constantly between each other because they're all in the Kissinger and Associates gang, if they had an ounce of honesty, they would tell you that big picture. They won't tell you that big picture. They give you a bit here. They give you a bit there. Someone goes, but he did mention Kissinger for 10 seconds 3 years ago. I've heard that 1,000 times. When you're running an advertising and marketing campaign and you're warning people they're going to kill us, they're going to sterilize us. Your children in 2 generations will be sterilized. You will be Amalekites. Your seed will be wiped from the face of the earth. These people are professionals, but they're very small in number. They're tiny in number. They can be beaten. But you've got to educate policing, military, intel. We've had huge success with this. Huge. The real changes that are coming are not because of Whitney Webb. They're because of the people we talk to who are quietly going behind the scenes. We're talking to people, Joint Special Operations Command on WhatsApp with Ospreys flying overhead, and they're handing around my videos to Joint Special Operations Command Special Operations. 82nd Airborne, JP from American Partisan, Scout, Special Operations Command. These are the people that are changing things. These are the people that are sharing videos, sharing links, talking to the men with guns who will solve the problem. And there's already something going on in a big way. That's why the US is in Ukraine. But we need the big picture, and we need it now. That's what COVID was for. COVID is, imagine you're a wife abuser, okay? You're a pathological narcissist. We'll just use the classic male-female role. The wife is terrified. The kids are terrified. You've got a pathological narcissist monster. And she finally gives up and screams in public, help, help. And he doesn't know what to do, so he just punches her in the face. That's what COVID was. It was a punch in the face. It was to so disorientate us and throw us around, make heroes and villains. These people are data analytic experts.
The underlying aim, Surkov said, was not to win the war, but to use the conflict to create a constant state of destabilized perception in order to manage and control.
AI, machine learning, predictive programming, predicting behaviors of human beings. They know what they're doing, but they're desperate and they're scared. If you want to get the word out, advertising and marketing an object or an item, a physical object, or an idea, a narrative, you've got to repeat it over and over and over again. You don't mention it once for 5 seconds, once a month. You mention it over and over and over again. And those of you who've been around with me and the 10 people that regularly contribute for the last 5+ years, when I got back from got back from Iran and was in Malaysia, you know how hard we've pushed this. And it's been like wading through mud. We've had no help, no cross promotion. We've had nothing but being stifled and held down. I mean, imagine Cynthia McKinney, Congresswoman. You have a body of work to be proud of. Think about it. You've never heard my name. No one links to my videos. They refuse to name me. They call me mentally ill. And Whitney Webb, who I will do a full problem video, and I'll show you exactly what she is, exactly her background, where she comes from, who daddy is, who protected her. George Webb, who's best mates with who? Robert David Steele, the same friends with Cynthia McKinney. Are you getting it yet? George Webb tells Daniel Hubsicker to take down his expose at Mint Press News, and Whitney Webb, hello, Richard Webb IV, drug money launderer out of Sarasota, Florida, shares the same office block as Adnan Khashoggi, weapons and drug trafficker. Oh, you'll get it eventually, won't we, Whitney, down there in Chile? You'll get it eventually. Let's pause for a second. So that's Peter Zion. I want you to look at this article. Eurasian Economic Union. I want you to look very closely. That is not an obscure website. That is the Israeli Press, 2019. Do you know how long we pushed that article? Night and day we pushed that article. Night and day. We pushed that article night and day. I want you to now, I defy you to find me a single major player who has repeated that article. I defy you. I defy you.
And making sure Germany and Russia never come together because we fear Russia's natural resources and manpower, and we fear them getting together with Germany with their technology and their capital. And so that's why we blew up the Nord Stream pipeline.
Do you seriously believe these people missed the Israel, Russia, China, Germany connection? Are you serious? You believe these people with their groupies and all these really super smart, they can regurgitate facts and figures, but they missed Zarif and Rouhani of Iran hanging with Jack Straw for 6 years in Scotland. They're all down at Chatham House with John Kerry, and none of them would tell you. We've been screaming for 5 years. You've never heard of us. Do you understand? Look at it. Look at that article. How many articles would you like on the union between Israel and Russia? You remember little sexy lips, sexy pouty lips, Syria girl, saying that Putin was a savior as Syrian cities were laid waste. Remember when America blows something up and kills civilians, and rightly so, they absolutely run through the coals? Rightly so. But when the Syrian artillery indiscriminately kills all those civilians, and Russia is dropping, they didn't have a single laser bomb in Syria. They decimated those cities. ISIS didn't do that. The Assad family and the artillery did that. Russian unguided bombs did that. And none of you Putin groupies gave a damn. You never said a word. But none of you could link Vladimir Putin with Benjamin Netanyahu. None of you. Watch video 5, Trump versus COVID. What a video. Look, I plan to stick around. I plan to stick around. And I'm already getting a little more traction. Wait till I get my political asylum, God willing. I've sort of been told I will, but, you know, I'll believe it when I finally get the paperwork and my bank account and my identification card. Then I can start messing around a lot more. Then I can start getting on planes. Then I can start visiting certain people. As a journalist, I'm not going to be a political dissident alone. I'm going to be a journalistic dissident. We're working with Paola and others. Paola's PhD, she's out on the street.
Town or your city centre is go and talk to the businesses that are going cashless. Talk to them. Why are you going cashless? Anything counts.
No, essentially, like I said, go and vote because for He's giving us, he has been documenting essentially a case of espionage. Sorry to say that, but that's what it is.
She's busy. Everyone I know is so busy. But we're trying. We're just slowly getting together. We've got some ex-military people. Thank you. You know who you are. We're going to have some meetings soon privately. We've learned our lesson. We tried to do a lot of things publicly. Big mistake. We're going to do it much more privately from now on. So anyway, I hope you enjoy Peter's on. You should watch everything he puts. There's lots of good stuff. He's going to give you a small tactical, well, it's large tactical. Good times are coming. How many times have I told you it's not going to be bad as we think? I was told we reached January, Brendan. It's going to be okay. When he means okay, it doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but it's not going to be complete collapse and chaos and martial law. It's not going to be that. It's going to be tough. It might be as bad as 2008, which is bad enough, but it's not going to be complete collapse. And then here's the problem. Quietism steps in. Quietism. Things are going to be good. And that's a problem too, because then people go back to sleep. Because people don't really want freedom. They want security. They're children and they want to be told what to do. I get it. It's a very difficult spot. So we just got to keep working hard, keep plugging away bit by bit without being demoralized and fatigued. And it's very difficult. I know I'm single and alone, but which has its blessings too, because I have less responsibilities. I don't have kids, family, mortgage. And I do try to remember that. I really do, because I know I can be hard on people. But we've got to start remembering the people who've done such good work. Patrick Bergey's a classic. Yeah, I've got problems with his pot and carrying on. But people said, Brendan, he was scared for his kids and his family. Okay, fair enough. And again, I do try to remember that. But Patrick Bergey is an unsung hero. Whatever his shortcomings, he is an unsung hero. He has given such valuable information. While I watch these whores running around making their excuses, it drives me insane. Anyway, I got to get busy. This isn't exactly what I wanted. I've actually been having quite a bit of trouble focusing. I've got a lot of things on, but I am slowly clearing the decks. I've got to get my asylum done. I have to go and deal with, I'm dreading dealing with immigration, but I have someone who can help me with translation, thank God. Okay, well, it's the 26th October 2019, Kuala Lumpur. We've got most of it done. Another 300-400 pages to go. It's not using as much ink as I thought, which is nice. I'm just touching up some of the stuff. Been up all night. High quality printing takes a long time. I've got to translate that into Spanish. I've then got to go and start redoing Rats in the Ranks so I can put that. And it's a good time now to put it on my YouTube channel. Then I also do a lot of private videos for my patrons. It's $10 a month, $2.50 a week. Remember, I'm not some guy trying to make $1 million out of a social media influencing business. I've had broken bones. I've taken huge risks. I've got this issue a decade ago into high profile court cases. You've never heard from me. If you don't reward people, and remember, the money I get, I've got a few expenses, but we're going to be spending money on people. I'm buying someone a $500 laptop right now. We're going to be getting hidden cameras and all sorts of things. If you don't start supporting real grassroots people who've taken real risk and had their bones broken, raided by police repeatedly looking for stuff on Jet Propulsion Laboratories, and Sandra Trowan, who exposed Israeli intel assets at Jet Propulsion Laboratories.
Physics professor at Caltech is suing the school. She claims Caltech retaliated against her after telling the FBI about possible illegal activities at NASA's JPL. Eyewitness News reporter Robert Holguin talked to the professor about their lawsuit.
Dr. Sandra Troyan is a physics professor at Caltech who was conducting cutting-edge research at NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory. But that all changed when Troyan reported what she said were illegal activities at the lab, which is managed by Caltech.
The door just closed abruptly on me.
Troyan is suing Caltech, claiming the university violated its own whistleblower policy when it retaliated against her for cooperating with federal investigators.
I want my name cleared, and I want to regain the freedom to get back to my work that I love to do.
At a news conference in Pasadena, Troyan said she notified Caltech administrators in 2010 that one of her assistants shared classified research data with an acquaintance in Israel. She said administrators did not take any action. 2 years later, the FBI started looking into Troyan's claims as part of a larger investigation into export law violations. She says university administrators punished her for cooperating with the FBI.
I was basically called into a disciplinary meeting by the provost, and they rebuked me for even speaking to the FBI.
Troyan's attorney says Caltech administrators were worried that Troyan would jeopardize the university's contract with NASA to manage the lab.
So their motive was to protect their backsides. Their motive was to assure that they got this $8 billion contract.
But the university has a different take. In a written statement, a spokeswoman for Caltech says the lawsuit is meritless. She goes on to say Troyan was dissatisfied with the outcome of a recent internal campus investigation into her decision to list her cat as the author of a published abstract. And Troyan suffered no retaliation and remains an active faculty member of the institute. A spokeswoman for JPL says the lab is confident that no violations occurred. Reporting from Pasadena, Robert Olguin, ABC7 Eyewitness News.
Discover the Ozempic Zone. Ask your healthcare provider about Ozempic.
Obviously, we've got a process that we've got to go through. Okay?
What? Jet Propulsion Laboratory? If you don't start supporting us and cross-promoting with us, quality people, you're going to get these whores. You're going to get this catch-22. I remember David Irving, historian David Irving, controversial, but definitely a great historian. And he said he goes for original documents, original grassroots work, and he speaks fluent German, reads and writes it. So he got so much original materials in his books, and it drove the professional historians mad. And they would just cross-promote each other's books in a circle jerk. And that's what we have now in the alt media. You need to support people who've taken real risks and broken bones. And then you look at these people who will not dare utter the names of true heroes. We stand on the shoulders of giants. The Ezra Pounds, the Eustace Mullins, the Reverend Ted Pikes, the Professor Israel Shahaks, the Bill Coopers, the Kay Griggs. I mean, do you think Whitney West-Ruth, she won't even mention Kay Griggs' name. She exposed the whole damn thing in 1997. Israeli hit squads, pedophile rings, for crying out loud. Well, we've just got transcribed all 4 parts to a 7-hour series. We're going to be remaking that into easily digestible chunks. We've got a lot of work to do, but we're going to do it. We're going to very slowly, we're mixing with military. Anyone will do. We've got a lot of very interesting people come on my Patreon. Very interesting people. People contact me privately. Very interesting people. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we need to get that big picture again. We need to understand psychological warfare operations. We need to run counterintelligence programs. We need to not trust. Don't ever use the word trust. Please don't ever say, can I trust you? Little babies and vulnerable 16-year-old schoolgirls in nightclubs say, can I trust you? You're not a child. It's not about trust. I get good information out of Whitney Webb. There's a lot of stuff I miss. I'll pick up on it. But it's not the big picture. You need to organize politically so you understand the big picture. Whitney Webb is not the alt media. She's just another demographic run out of Kissinger and Associates, being linked to by all the usual suspects, the Alex Jones, the Joe Rogans, right? The Russell Brands. I mean, for crying out loud, Russell Brand, do you have any idea? Everybody's too dirty. You're dealing with organized crime. You've got to pick the organized crime, which will guarantee me the most freedom. Forget about Biden, forget about Trump, forget about moron freaking Slick Willie DeSantis. Oh, come on. Can't you see through that clown? He's off to Israel with 19 people and won't say where he went, who he was hanging out with. You are being invaded by a foreign force with Russian GRU assets all through it out of Israel. You've been totally penetrated, America. The communists are not just these crazy Stalinists in gray suits. They're Heinz Kissinger. They're the think tanks. They're General Jim Jones. They're commies. They work for the East India Trading Company, the think tank and foundation system. And you need that reiterated and banged into your skull over and over again and again and again. If these people don't have to be perfect, but they've got to give you that basic narrative, and they're not going to give you that narrative. They're never going to give you that narrative. They give you a chunk here, a chunk there. They're going to expose the Lincoln assassination or some other bullshit, which is totally irrelevant, or at least mildly relevant to today. Instead of getting to the heart of the matter, you are totally penetrated into your critical infrastructure in America. And if you don't understand that the UN smart cities are being built right now, if you don't understand that they must, by definition, release a tactical nuke, they must, by definition, have a long, decades-long war building, and that it is being built. They're doing a lot of stuff now talking about men being manly instead of wimps, because they're getting ready for a whole generation to go to war. And they're going to boot Russia out of the Middle East. I'm not even saying that organized crime group is going to save us. I'm just telling you there's a huge fight. And at the moment, I want America. I want to be on America's side, and you need to, but you've got to have Americans forcing the Constitution and understanding and not being naive about this IIA operation that is before us, distract them into the right-left dialectic. In the year 2023, I would never have believed we would have to reiterate this. I thought this would have been long permeated into the popular culture, but in 2008, they started and they've been highly successful. And I don't know how long we've got. But war is inevitable. A tactical nuke is, you can almost bet money on it. They must control the narrative. They must deflect away from COVID vaccines, COVID in general. They must get a beautiful fireball, and there'll probably be a French film crew checking out a gas leak right there in Ukraine, approximately 20 kilometers from the 3 to 7 kiloton tactical nuke that will airburst over the Ukraine somewhere. We'll be in the next phase. You wait for it. Ladies and gentlemen, I've ranted a little. I wasn't well prepared. A lot of things have to be done. And I think, like a lot of people, we're all stressed out and doing the best we can. Go to my Patreon. For $1 a month, you can get all the basic posts I make with just articles. And then for $2.50 a week, $10 a month, you can get the videos. And also do a lot of videos just off the cuff that are for patrons only. We will build to a daily 2-hour show each morning, just going over the news of the day eventually, certainly by the end of this month, God willing. And we will continue to keep going on for as long as we can, and slowly but surely build graphics designers, build up some good QR codes, get people, when they're going to go to a Jordan Peterson rally and other rallies, we'll get up some quick response flyers and other things people can take. I promise you, flyers are extremely powerful. QR codes make them extremely powerful, and you will bypass the internet control mechanism. Ladies and gentlemen, Hodo Fez, Jumper Leggy, Jumper Nanti. I'll leave you with the great Bill Cooper and F. Scott Fitzgerald. Thank you for all your support, and we'll talk again very soon. F. Scott Fitzgerald, quote, "The test of a first-rate intelligence is the ability to hold two opposing ideas in the mind at the same time and still retain the ability to function. One should, for example, be able to see that things are hopeless and yet be determined to make them otherwise. This philosophy fitted on to my early adult life when I saw the improbable, the implausible, often the impossible, come true."
What is our common bond truly? Freedom. Freedom. Without freedom, you can't be a Christian no matter what denomination you belong to. You can't be a Buddhist. You can't own a donut shop. You can't drive from here to Oregon. You can't be an American because that's what it's all about. And that's the only thing that it's all about. Nothing else. Nothing else. It's about freedom.